Hello friends, glad to see you again on the Dead Signal FM channel. There are more and more of you. Thank you for watching our stories. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like it and subscribe so you won't miss new episodes. It really helps my channel. Also, write in the comments, where are you watching us from? Let's begin. Enjoy the video. The first time it happened, I dismissed it as a technical glitch. The ancient ham radio I'd found while cleaning out my grandfather's weather monitoring station crackled to life at 3:17 a.m., its dials illuminating with a sickly green glow that painted shadows across the ceiling of my temporary bedroom. 3 short bursts of static, followed by a long hiss, then silence. I hadn't even plugged the damn thing in. I'd arrived at the station 3 days earlier, perched on the edge of Lake Ennerdale in the remote northwestern corner of England's Lake District. The weather monitoring outpost had stood abandoned for nearly a decade since my grandfather's death. The family had finally decided to sell the property, and as the only unemployed member with time to spare, as my mother had so delicately put it, I'd been volunteered to catalog the contents and prepare the place for viewing. The station itself was a peculiar structure, a 1950s concrete bunker of a building with a cylindrical observation tower rising from its center like a lighthouse missing its lantern room. It had been built during the Cold War, ostensibly for meteorological research, though my grandfather's cryptic journals suggested more classified purposes in its early years. Whatever secrets it once held had long since been declassified or forgotten. Now it was just a decaying oddity on the misty shoreline, with peeling paint and windows perpetually fogged by the lake's humid breath. That first night, after the radio incident, I'd simply unplugged it from the wall. Not that it had been plugged in to begin with, and gone back to sleep, blaming the strange occurrence on faulty wiring or perhaps a power surge. The building's electrical system was ancient and temperamental, after all. The second night, I awoke to the gentle, unmistakable sound of my name being whispered. Daniel! It floated through the darkness, soft as moth wings. I bolted upright, heart hammering against my ribs. The digital clock on the nightstand read 3:17 a.m. The HAM radio's dials glowed that same sickly green, though I was certain I'd unplugged it. More disturbingly, I'd placed it in a storage box in the observation tower, a full floor above my bedroom. Daniel! The whisper came again, slightly louder, seemingly emanating from the radio's speaker. A voice buried beneath layers of static, like someone speaking through a mouthful of television snow. I froze, the hairs on my arms rising as the temperature in the room plummeted. My breath fogged before my face. Who's there? I called out, my voice smaller than I'd intended. The radio responded with 3 short bursts of static, followed by a long hiss, the same pattern as the night before. Then silence. I didn't sleep again that night. Instead, I huddled beneath the blankets, clutching my phone with its pathetic single bar of reception. Ready to call? Who? The nearest neighbor was miles away, and the local police station closed at night during the winter months. I was utterly alone with whatever had spoken my name through a disconnected radio. Morning brought fog so thick I couldn't see the lake, though I could hear it lapping at the rocky shore less than 50 yards from the station. The oppressive grayness pressed against the windows like a living thing seeking entry. In the watery daylight, last night's terror seemed almost laughable. A nightmare, surely, or perhaps I'd been hearing the radio waves from a passing ship on the lake, picking up transmissions through the metal in the building's structure. I spent the day methodically cataloging the contents of the observation tower, strange meteorological instruments whose purposes I could only guess at, boxes of handwritten climate data, and old photographs of my grandfather standing rigidly beside men in military uniforms. In one particularly unsettling image, dated 1962, he stood on the tower's observation deck, while behind him, a strange distortion blurred the horizon of the lake, as though reality itself had been smudged. By late afternoon, I'd made my way to his personal effects. In a locked metal cabinet, which I'd opened with the set of keys my mother had given me, I found stacks of leather-bound journals and a series of audio reels labeled with dates and times. Most were from the 1960s, though some extended into the early 1970s. Curiosity piqued, I located an ancient reel-to-reel player in another storage cabinet and set up one of the recordings. My grandfather's voice, which I barely remembered from childhood, filled the room. He spoke in the clipped, precise tones of a scientist dictating notes. October 17th, 1962, 3:17 a.m. Anomalous electromagnetic activity detected over the lake. Duration: approximately 9 minutes. No visual confirmation due to heavy fog, but equipment readings suggest localized disruption of standard radio frequencies and unusual barometric fluctuations. Temperature drop of approximately 14 degrees Celsius recorded in the observation tower. This marks the third consecutive night of the phenomenon. Ministry officials notified as per protocol. He continued in this vein for several minutes, describing technical details I didn't understand. Then his voice changed, becoming lower, more hesitant. Personal note: I heard it again tonight, the voice in the static. Just as Hargreaves reported before his incident. It knew my name. I've told no one. They'd pull me from the project. Must maintain scientific objectivity. Must continue observations. The recording ended abruptly. I sat still for several long moments, the empty reel spinning with a soft whirring sound. Outside, the early winter darkness had fallen completely, and the fog pressed even more insistently against the windows, seeming to seep through the cracks in the weathered frames. With shaking hands, I selected another reel, this one dated 3 days after the first. October 20th, 1962, 3:22 a.m. Phenomenon persists. Electromagnetic disruption now lasting 14 minutes. Temperature drop more severe, nearly 20 degrees Celsius. Observed unusual behavior in the lake waters directly below the station. Surface tension appeared altered, producing ripple patterns inconsistent with wind direction or natural wave formation. Voice in the static more distinct tonight. Spoke for approximately 30 seconds. Content indecipherable except for my name and what sounded like coming through. Ministry officials arriving tomorrow for direct observation. Again, the tape ended abruptly. I reached for a third reel, but a sudden power fluctuation caused the lights to dim momentarily. When they brightened again, the ham radio, which I was certain I'd left boxed in the corner, sat on the desk before me, its dials dark. My heart skipped a beat. I looked around the room, half expecting to see someone standing in the shadows, but I was alone. I must have taken it out earlier and forgotten, I told myself, though I didn't believe it for a second. As if responding to my thoughts, the radio's dials flickered weakly, then illuminated with that now familiar sickly green glow. 3 short bursts of static, a long hiss, then a voice, clearer than before, speaking through waves of electronic noise. "Daniel, I'm coming through." The words were followed by a sound that made my skin crawl. A wet, slithering noise, like something massive dragging itself across a damp surface. The temperature in the room plummeted so rapidly that frost began forming on the inside of the windows. My breath came in visible plumes as I backed away from the radio, which was now emitting a high-pitched whine that made my teeth ache. "Who are you?" I demanded, trying to keep the terror from my voice. "What do you want?" The radio's speaker vibrated violently, distorting as though something were pushing against it from the inside. Through the static came a gurgling response. "Been waiting since the tear in 62. Your grandfather closed it, but the veil thins again." The slithering noise grew louder, and to my horror, I realized it wasn't coming from the radio anymore. It was coming from behind me, from the direction of the stairs leading up to the observation deck. I turned slowly, blood roaring in my ears. At the top of the stairs, barely visible in the dim light, a dark liquid was seeping under the door. Not water or oil, but something that seemed to absorb the light around it, creating a pool of absolute darkness that defied the laws of physics. As I watched, paralyzed, the liquid began to move against gravity, crawling up the wall beside the door in rivulets that formed impossible patterns, curves and angles that hurt my eyes to look at. The radio screamed with static as I bolted from the room, charging down the spiral staircase to the ground floor. I had to get out, had to get to my car. But as I reached the main entrance, I found it warped and swollen in its frame, the wood pulpy and damp as though it had been soaking in water for weeks. though it had been perfectly normal hours earlier. I threw my shoulder against it once, twice, a third time. It gave slightly on the third impact, but instead of opening, a dark fluid seeped from the cracks around the frame, running down to pool at my feet. The same strange, light-absorbing substance from upstairs. I backed away, nearly slipping in the expanding puddle. The lights throughout the station flickered wildly now, and in the strobing effect, I saw that the liquid was not merely crawling up the walls. It was reshaping them. The concrete seemed to soften wherever the substance touched, warping and bubbling like wax held too close to a flame. And within those warped sections, I caught glimpses of something else. Another place, seen through the distortions like looking through a broken lens. A vast, dark expanse filled with undulating shapes that defied description. With the front door impassable, I turned and raced toward the back of the station, toward the emergency exit that led out onto the lake shore. The building's layout, once familiar, now seemed to shift around me. Corridors stretching impossibly long, doorways appearing where none had been before. The walls wept that black substance, and the air grew thick with the smell of ozone and something else. Something rotten and ancient, like the breath of a tomb sealed for millennia. I finally found the back door and, to my immense relief, it opened when I threw my weight against it. I stumbled out into the fog-shrouded night, the cold air shocking against my sweat-soaked skin. The lake stretched before me, its surface unnaturally still despite the wind that whipped around the station. No stars or moon penetrated the thick cloud cover, leaving the world beyond the weak glow of the station's exterior lights a wall of impenetrable darkness. My car was parked at the front of the building, which meant I needed to circle around the structure to reach it. I began to move along the perimeter, one hand trailing against the rough concrete to guide me through the fog. I had gone perhaps 20 feet when my hand suddenly plunged into the wall as though the solid concrete had turned to thick mud. I yanked my arm back with a cry of revulsion, but not before feeling something on the other side. Something cold and slick that brushed against my fingertips with deliberate pressure. My hand came away coated in the black substance, which crawled up my wrist with a life of its own before I could wipe it off. Where it touched, my skin grew numb, then hypersensitive. I could feel every air current, every water droplet in the fog as it settled on my skin. More disturbingly, I could feel something else. A presence pressing against the fabric of reality around the station, massive and ancient and hungry. Daniel! The voice no longer came from a radio but seemed to emanate from the fog itself, surrounding me on all sides. The tear widens. I'm coming through. The fog parted momentarily, revealing the lake's surface, and I immediately wished it hadn't. The water was moving unnaturally, rising in a massive dome at its center as though pushed from below by something enormous. Worse, the dome was not smooth but rippled with countless protrusions that looked unsettlingly like reaching limbs. As I watched, frozen in horror, the surface broke, and something began to emerge. Something so fundamentally wrong that my mind refused to process its dimensions or form. I ran, blindly, desperately, no longer trying to reach my car, but simply to get away from the station and the lake and whatever was tearing its way through from somewhere else. The fog closed around me, thick as soup, disorienting me completely. I could have been running in circles for all I knew. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I collided with something solid, a tree. I had reached the forest that bordered the property. Clinging to this small piece of normality, I oriented myself and continued moving away from where I thought the lake must be. The further I got from the station, the more the air cleared, both literally and figuratively. The fog thinned, and the oppressive sense of wrongness faded slightly. Eventually, I broke free of the tree line and found myself on the narrow country road that led to the main highway. My phone still showed only 1 bar of reception, but it was enough to call for help. Except, who would believe me? What would I say? That my grandfather's abandoned weather station was being invaded by some impossible entity from beyond our reality? That the building itself was warping, becoming a gateway for something ancient and hungry? I walked several miles to the nearest village, where I found a small inn still open despite the late hour. The elderly proprietor took one look at my disheveled state and immediately offered me a room. No questions asked. I must have looked half mad, soaked with sweat and lake water, babbling about needing to get away from the station. Nasty place that, he said as he led me upstairs. Always has been since they built it. Your grandfather was the only one who could stand being there for long. He paused at the door to my room. They say he saw things toward the end. Talked about voices in the machines, about something trying to come through from somewhere else. He shook his head. Died there, you know. Found him in that tower room, frozen solid in the middle of summer, staring at that old radio of his. Face looked like he'd seen the devil himself. I hadn't known that. My family never discussed the details of my grandfather's death. What happened in 1962? I asked, my voice hoarse. At the station. What was my grandfather really studying there? The old man's face darkened. That's not for me to say, but there's those who remember the night the lake rose up without wind or rain, and the lights in the sky that weren't northern lights, and the people who went missing only to turn up weeks later, changed somehow. He pressed a key into my palm. Lock your door tonight, young man, and whatever you do, don't go back to that station. I didn't intend to, but as I lay in bed that night, unable to sleep despite my exhaustion, I realized I'd left my grandfather's journals and the audio reels at the station. All the evidence of what had happened, what was still happening, was there. And more importantly, perhaps the explanation of how my grandfather had closed the tear the first time in 1962. Because I knew, with terrible certainty, that what had begun would not simply stop. The entity, whatever it was, had been trying to break through for over 60 years. It had waited patiently after my grandfather had somehow thwarted it, and now it had found another fissure at the station. Perhaps it needed one of us specifically. Perhaps my blood or my mind held the key to its full emergence. My phone buzzed on the nightstand. A text message which was surprising given the poor reception. It was from an unknown number and contained only 3 words. Coming through, Daniel. As I stared at the screen in horror, the digital clock on the nightstand flickered and changed. 3:17 a.m. Outside my window, fog pressed against the glass, thicker than it should be, darker somehow. And within it, I could swear I saw shapes moving, elongated, fluid shapes that defied anatomical logic. The radio on the bedside table, which I hadn't noticed earlier, crackled to life. 3 short bursts of static. A long hiss, then my grandfather's voice, stretched and distorted. Daniel, couldn't close it. I could only bind it to myself, to our bloodline. I'm sorry. The radio exploded in a shower of sparks, and the lights went out. In the sudden darkness, I felt something cold and wet touch the back of my neck. A gentle, almost affectionate caress that left a trail of numbing ice across my skin. Daniel, whispered a voice directly into my ear, no longer coming through static or speakers, but clear and intimate and unutterably alien. I'm here. I turned, slowly, to face whatever had finally come through. What I saw in that moment broke something fundamental in my understanding of reality. It was vast and ancient and patient, and it had been waiting for so very long. It reached for me with appendages that existed in too many dimensions at once, bending and folding through space in ways that made my vision blur and my nose bleed. I tried to scream, but my voice was swallowed by the encroaching darkness that spilled from every corner of the room, pooling around my feet, climbing my legs with eager, hungry pulls. The last thing I remember clearly is the sensation of being unmade, not torn apart, but methodically disassembled, consciousness expanding into something vastly larger and colder than human awareness was ever meant to inhabit. Sometimes I think I'm still in that room at the inn. Sometimes I think I'm back at the station or somewhere beneath the lake. Sometimes I don't think I'm anywhere at all. But I know this, whatever came through that night is still coming through, using the tear my grandfather couldn't fully close, using me as its anchor to this reality. I feel it spreading, patient and inexorable, radiating outward from the station to the village, to the cities beyond. If you're reading this, it may already be too late, but check your radios, your phones, any device that receives signals. If you hear 3 bursts of static followed by a long hiss, turn it off immediately. Destroy it if you can. And whatever you do, don't respond if it calls your name, because I'm coming through now, and I'm so very hungry after all this time. The first time I heard the knocking, I dismissed it as the old pipe settling. 3 quick raps. Tap, tap, tap. Coming from inside the wall behind my bed. I'd only been at the Lakeside Research Station for 2 days, and the aging structure creaked and groaned with every shift of the wind. When the sound repeated exactly 3 minutes later, tap, 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 I glanced at my watch. 3:33 a.m. I rolled over, pulling the scratchy wool blanket tighter around my shoulders, and tried to ignore it. By morning, I'd forgotten about the knocking entirely. The pale winter sun glinted off the frozen surface of Lake Superior, and my breath formed thick clouds as I stepped onto the narrow wooden deck. GoldenEye Research Station wasn't much to look at. A weathered 2-story structure perched on a rocky outcropping that jutted into the lake, accessible only by boat in summer or snowmobile in winter. Originally built as a fishing outpost in the 1920s, it had been converted into a small research facility in the 70s, then largely abandoned when funding dried up in the late 90s. Perfect for you, Leo, my department head had said when offering me the winter caretaker position. 6 months of solitude to finish your dissertation. No distractions. No distractions, indeed. The nearest town was 40 miles away, and the satellite phone only worked when the weather cooperated. My supplies came once a month by snowmobile. I had the entire station to myself. 20 rooms of equipment left behind by researchers who'd moved on to better-funded projects. Dusty filing cabinets filled with half-completed studies, and windows that rattled when the wind blew in from Canada. That first week passed quietly enough. I established a routine. Mornings spent writing, afternoons checking the station systems and exploring the surrounding woods, evenings reading by the wood stove. The knocking continued each night at precisely 3:33 a.m. Tap, 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 but I'd grown accustomed to it. Old pipes, I told myself. Temperature changes in the metal as the night grew colder. Until the 8th night, when I woke to find all the faucets running. I stumbled from bed, disoriented in the darkness. The sound of rushing water filled the station, echoing through the hallways. I checked the bathroom first. Both taps were on full blast, the sink nearly overflowing. In the small kitchen, water gushed from the industrial sink. Even the emergency eye wash station in what had once been a laboratory was activated, spraying a fine mist across the dusty equipment. My heart pounded as I moved through the station, shutting off each valve. It wasn't possible for all of them to turn on simultaneously. Some required significant force to operate. Others had stiff handles that needed to be rotated several times. When I reached the final faucet in the boat shed, a rusty spigot that I hadn't even noticed before, my hands were trembling so badly I could barely grip the handle. As the final drips of water echoed in the sudden silence, I heard it again. Tap, tap, tap. I whirled around, certain someone was there with me. The boat shed was empty, shadowy in the beam of my flashlight. Ancient life vests hung from hooks on the wall, and cobwebs draped the single window like tattered curtains. The wooden dock extended from the shed into the frozen lake, barely visible through the window's grimy glass. Tap, tap, tap. This time, I traced the sound to a small cabinet beneath a workbench. My fingers trembled as I pulled the door open, half expecting something to lunge out at me. Instead, I found an old tape recorder, its reels slowly turning despite not being plugged in. As I watched, the play button depressed on its own, and a voice emerged from the ancient speaker. Leo, a whisper, dry and rattling like dead leaves. We're waiting, Leo. I stumbled backward, dropping my flashlight. It rolled across the concrete floor, casting wild shadows before clicking off, plunging me into darkness. In the sudden blackness, I heard the tape rewind itself, the mechanical whirring unnaturally loud in the small space. Tap, tap, tap. I fled back to my room, locking the door behind me. A futile gesture that nevertheless gave me some small comfort. Sleep was impossible. I sat on the edge of my bed until dawn broke, the pale light gradually revealing the familiar outlines of my Spartan quarters. With daylight came rationality. I had imagined it all. a vivid nightmare born of isolation and stress. The tape recorder was merely some forgotten experiment, its battery corroding and causing electrical shorts that made it malfunction. But when I forced myself to return to the boat shed later that morning, the workbench was empty. No cabinet underneath, no tape recorder. Just bare concrete floor and the gentle lapping of partially thawed water against the dock posts. After that night, small disturbances became routine. I'd return to my quarters to find my papers rearranged. My coffee mug moved from the desk to the windowsill. My boots placed neatly at the foot of my bed when I'd left them by the door. Nothing threatening, merely unsettling. As if someone were constantly reminding me that I wasn't alone. I began keeping a log of the incidents, trying to apply scientific methodology to the inexplicable. Day 12, 3 knocks at 3:33 a.m. As usual. Found all my notebooks stacked in perfect alignment on my desk, though I'd left them scattered. Day 13, knocking at 3:33. Temperature in my room dropped to 38 degrees Fahrenheit despite the heating system functioning normally elsewhere in the station. Day 14, knocking pattern changed. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap. Room temperature normal. Found a black handprint on the bathroom mirror. No match to my own hand size. Day 15, no knocking. Instead, heard what sounded like footsteps pacing the hallway outside my room from 3:33 until dawn. Door remained locked. No evidence of intruder. Reading over my notes, I recognized the clear descent into paranoia. There had to be rational explanations. Perhaps another researcher had arrived without my knowledge and was playing an elaborate prank. Or maybe the isolation was affecting my mind more than I'd realized. I began taking long walks during the day, pushing myself to physical exhaustion in hopes of dreamless sleep. During one such walk, I discovered a narrow trail I hadn't noticed before, leading away from the station deeper into the pine forest. The path was barely visible beneath the snow, but something compelled me to follow it. Half a mile in, the trees opened into a small clearing, at the center of which stood a dilapidated cabin, its roof partially collapsed under the weight of snow. Against all better judgment, I approached the structure. The door hung askew on a single hinge, revealing a darkness beyond that seemed to swallow the daylight. Inside, the cabin contained only a rusted iron bed frame, a toppled table, and a cast-iron stove with its door hanging open like a gaping mouth. But what arrested my attention was the wall opposite the door, where hundreds, no thousands, of tally marks had been scratched into the wood. As I moved closer to examine them, my boots struck something buried in the debris on the floor. Kneeling, I brushed away decades of dust to reveal a leather-bound journal, its pages warped with moisture but still intact. I tucked it inside my coat and retreated from the cabin, suddenly anxious to return to the station before nightfall. Back in my quarters, with the door securely locked and the wood stove crackling, I carefully opened the journal. Most pages were illegible, the ink blurred into watercolor smudges, but a few entries remained clear enough to read. November 4th, 1975. The knocking started again last night. Same pattern as before. Erickson thinks I'm imagining things, but Mitchell heard it too. Something in the pipes, they say. I know better. November 15th. Mitchell found the recording equipment tampered with again. All the reels erased except for 3 seconds of what sounds like breathing. Administrator called, threatening to pull our funding if we don't produce results soon. If only they knew what we found here. November 28th. It's speaking now, using our names. Erickson disappeared yesterday during his dive. Equipment intact, air tanks full. The lake simply took him. Mitchell wants to leave, but I know we're onto something extraordinary. The readings below the anomaly are off the charts. December 3rd, Mitchell is gone too. Left in the night. At least that's what I'm telling myself. The alternative is unthinkable. I'm barricading my door tonight. The knocking is constant now. Tap, tap, tap. The final entry was a frantically scrawled message that trailed off the page. It's in the W. I closed the journal with trembling hands, suddenly aware of how quiet the station had become. No wind rattled the windows, no timbers creaked. Even the ever-present sound of the lake was absent. as if the world outside had ceased to exist. And in that perfect silence, I heard it, tap, tap, tap. It wasn't coming from the walls this time. The sound emanated from directly beneath my feet, from under the floorboards. I pressed my ear to the worn wooden planks, holding my breath. Tap, 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 followed by a whisper so close it might have been inside my own head. "We found something in the lake, Leo. Come see." I recoiled, scrambling backward until I hit the wall. That voice, it knew things it couldn't possibly know. My research focused on deep-water ecosystem changes in the Great Lakes. I'd come to Goldeneye specifically because its location offered access to some of Lake Superior's deepest points. With shaking hands, I reopened the journal, scanning the water-damaged pages for any clue about what the research team in 1975 had been studying. Most details were lost to water damage, but certain phrases jumped out: anomalous readings, thermal inconsistency, unexplained acoustic signatures. That night, I didn't sleep. The knocking continued at irregular intervals, sometimes from the walls, sometimes from beneath the floor, occasionally from the ceiling directly above my bed. By dawn, I was convinced of two things. I wasn't imagining the phenomena, and I needed to discover what the previous research team had found in the lake. The station's archives were housed in the basement, a cluttered space with low ceilings and the perpetual smell of damp. Row upon row of filing cabinets contained decades of research, water quality assessments, fish population studies, ice formation patterns. I spent hours searching for anything from 1975, but that entire year seemed to be missing from the records. As daylight faded, I realized I'd been in the basement far longer than intended. My flashlight beam weakened, the batteries draining faster than they should. When it finally flickered out, the darkness that engulfed me felt almost solid, pressing against my skin like cold hands. Tap, tap, tap. The sound came from inside one of the filing cabinets. With only the dim glow of my phone screen to guide me, I moved toward it, pulling open drawer after drawer until, tap, 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 the third drawer from the bottom in the last row. Inside was a single manila folder labeled Incident Report, December 1975, classified. My hands trembled as I lifted the folder, a sense of dread settling over me like a shroud. The first page contained only a brief summary. Research suspended following the disappearance of 3 team members. Equipment and samples transferred to secure facility. Site to be repurposed for standard monitoring only. All personnel debriefed and reassigned. No further inquiry authorized. The remaining pages had been redacted so heavily they were essentially black rectangles with occasional words visible. Abnormal, sentient, beneath, communicates. The final page contained only a hand-drawn map of the lake with a location marked approximately half a mile offshore from the station, accompanied by the notation, "Avoid at all costs." As I stared at the map, the temperature in the basement plummeted. My breath clouded before me, and the screen of my phone flickered once before dying completely. In the absolute darkness, I felt something brush against the back of my neck, light as a fingertip, cold as ice water. "We're still here, Leo," a voice whispered, directly into my ear. "In the water, waiting." I ran. Blind in the darkness, I collided with filing cabinets, stumbled over boxes, finally finding the stairs through pure desperate instinct. I didn't stop until I reached my quarters, slamming the door behind me and wedging a chair beneath the handle. Outside my window, Lake Superior stretched vast and inscrutable, its partially frozen surface gleaming in the moonlight. Looking at it now, I couldn't shake the feeling that it was looking back at me. The next day, I discovered the station's dive equipment. It was stored in a locked room I'd previously assumed was another supply closet. The door had always been secured with a heavy padlock, until that morning when I found it hanging open, the lock nowhere to be seen. Inside, pristine diving gear was arranged with meticulous care. Dry suits rated for extreme cold, full-face masks with communication systems, underwater lights with fresh batteries. Everything a person would need to explore the depths of Lake Superior in winter. Everything I would need to investigate the location marked on the map. I told myself I wouldn't do it. The The rational part of my brain, the scientist, the skeptic, knew that diving alone in Lake Superior during winter was practically suicide. The water was barely above freezing, and the marked location was at a depth of over 200 feet. Even with proper equipment and training, which I had, such a dive required a surface team, backup systems, emergency protocols. But rationality was becoming increasingly difficult to maintain. The knocking had become constant, no longer limited to the early morning hours. The temperature in my quarters fluctuated wildly, dropping to near freezing then rising to sweltering within minutes. Twice I'd found puddles of lake water in perfect circles on the floor, despite all windows being sealed against the winter cold. And the voices, no longer just whispers in the darkness. They called to me throughout the day, multiple voices overlapping. "Join us, Leo. See what we've found. We've been waiting so long." Sleep became impossible. Food lost all taste. My dissertation remained untouched, my research notes abandoned. There was only the lake, the knocking, and the voices that knew my name. On my 21st day at GoldenEye Station, I made the decision. If I couldn't silence the phenomena through rationality or avoidance, perhaps confronting it directly would provide answers. I would make the dive. I spent hours checking the equipment, refilling air tanks, testing regulators. The dry suit felt unnaturally warm as I put it on, as if it had just been worn. When I lifted the full-face mask, I glimpsed a reflection in its visor that wasn't my own. A pale face with dark, hollow eyes. There and gone so quickly I convinced myself it was a trick of the light. The boat shed opened directly onto the partially frozen lake. I had to break through the ice near the shore, creating a channel wide enough to enter the water. The marked location was beyond the ice sheet, where the lake remained liquid even in the deepest winter due to its depth and currents. As I prepared to enter the water, a sudden silence fell. No wind, no creaking ice, no distant call of winter birds. Even the constant knocking ceased. The surface of the lake became perfectly still, reflecting the clouded sky like a mirror. For a moment I hesitated. Then I heard my name again, called from beneath the black water. "Leo, we've been waiting." I stepped into the lake. The cold was immediate and absolute, despite the dry suit's insulation. I activated the dive light and began my descent, following the gentle slope of the lakebed as it dropped away from the shore. Visibility was surprisingly good, about 30 feet in all directions, unusual for winter conditions. At 50 feet, I began to notice discrepancies in the underwater landscape. Circular depressions in the sediment, too regular to be natural formations. At 100 feet, the water temperature inexplicably rose several degrees, creating a thermocline that distorted my vision like heat waves rising from summer pavement. At 150 feet, I found the first artifact, a dive mask identical to the one I was wearing, half buried in the silt. The faceplate was shattered, with a perfect circular hole punched through the center of the glass. I should have ascended then. Every instinct screamed for retreat, but something compelled me downward, toward the location marked on the map. The dive computer on my wrist indicated I was nearly there, just a few more meters east. That's when I saw it. A perfect circle of darkness on the lakebed, about 12 feet in diameter. It wasn't a physical hole, the sediment continued unbroken, but rather an absence of reflection, as if that circular patch absorbed all light that touched it. I hovered above it, transfixed. My dive light, when directed at the circle, produced no illumination. The beam simply disappeared, swallowed by whatever anomaly lay before me. From within that perfect darkness, the knocking began again. Tap, tap, tap. Bubbles rose from the circle, though there was no apparent source. No opening, no vent, nothing but flat lakebed. They drifted upward lazily, and as they passed me, I heard voices within their passage. Fragments of conversations, cries for help, my own name repeated in different tones. I reached out, my gloved hand hovering above the darkness. The water around it began to move, swirling inward toward the circle as if being drained. I felt a gentle but insistent pull, drawing me closer. "You're here at last," said a voice. Not in my earpiece, not carried by the water, but directly in my mind. Now you can see what we found, what we became. Something reached back from the darkness. Not a hand, not a tentacle, but a distortion in the water itself, like a current given semi-solid form. It brushed against my outstretched fingers, and in that moment of contact, my mind was flooded with images. The research team from 1975, discovering the anomaly. Their experiments, their recordings, their growing obsession. The first researchers dive into the circle. His return changed, the others following one by one. The entity they awoke or created or became. They're waiting for decades for someone else to arrive. For me, with a surge of terror-fueled strength, I kicked away from the circle, my fins stirring up clouds of silt. The darkness seemed to ripple, expanding briefly before contracting again. I ascended as rapidly as safety allowed, my breathing ragged, my pulse thundering in my ears. But the voices followed. You've seen us now, Leo. You're part of us now. We'll be waiting when you return. I don't remember surfacing or removing my gear. I have only fragmented memories of staggering back to my quarters, dripping lake water that steamed oddly against the cold air. For hours, I sat motionless, staring at nothing, my mind struggling to process what I'd experienced. That night, the knocking stopped. In its place came a deeper silence, as if the station itself were holding its breath. I lapsed into an exhausted sleep sometime near dawn, only to be awakened by the sensation of wetness soaking through my mattress. Lake water was seeping up through the floorboards, black and frigid, forming perfect circles around my bed. I fled the station that day, taking only my research notes and the leather journal I'd found in the abandoned cabin. The satellite phone finally connected after a dozen attempts, and a supply snowmobile was dispatched to retrieve me, the driver clearly concerned by my frantic tone and incoherent explanation. The university accepted my abrupt departure with surprising ease, assigning another graduate student to take over as caretaker at Goldeneye. I warned them not to send anyone, tried to explain about the anomaly, the knocking, the voices, but they attributed my stories to stress and isolation, perhaps mild hypothermia from my ill-advised dive. I left academia soon after, abandoning my nearly completed dissertation. How could I continue studying lake ecosystems when I knew what lurked beneath the surface of Superior? How could I publish papers on water quality and fish migration when the thing in the depths was spreading? Because it is spreading. I monitor news reports from the region obsessively, noting the increasing frequency of unexplained phenomena: electronic equipment malfunctioning near the water's edge, unusual temperature fluctuations, the strange behavior of local fish populations. 3 months ago, a fishing boat disappeared without a trace less than a mile from Goldeneye Station. The Coast Guard search found nothing, no debris, no oil slick, no emergency beacon signal. Last week, I received a package with no return address. Inside was a thumb drive containing a single audio file, a recording of 3 distinct knocks, followed by multiple voices whispering my name. When I played it on my computer, every faucet in my apartment turned on simultaneously. I'm going back to Lake Superior tomorrow. Not to Goldeneye, I don't have the courage for that, but to a small town on the shoreline where I've rented a room with a view of the water. Each night, more people along the coast report hearing knocking sounds in their homes. Each day, the circle in the lake grows wider. Sometimes, when I close my eyes, I can see through the darkness to what waits beneath the surface. Not a creature, not a paranormal entity, but something far more terrifying. A place where the boundary between our world and somewhere else has worn thin. A place where something is pushing through, knocking to be let in. Tap, tap, tap. It knows I'm coming back, saving a place for me, for all of us. I've always known darkness. Growing up in northern Maine, winter nights stretched like death. But darkness has textures, temperatures, qualities you learn to distinguish. What happened at Blackwater Fire Tower taught me there are darknesses no human was meant to comprehend. It began with the radio. 3 weeks into my first season as a fire lookout, I was settled into the predictable rhythm of isolation. The Department of Forestry had reopened the Blackwater Tower after 15 years of abandonment, part of some underfunded initiative to supplement satellite monitoring with human observers. The December posting was unusual. Fire season long past. But the stipend was generous, and I needed distance from my life's smoldering ruins. My first indication that something was wrong came on the seventh night. A fierce storm had knocked out power, leaving me with emergency lamps and the crackling static of my radio. I'd been half asleep when the static cleared, replaced by a voice, thin and distant, but unmistakable. James, my name, spoken with such familiarity it raised gooseflesh on my arms. James? Can you see it yet? I lurched upright, fumbling for the transmitter. This is Blackwater Tower. Identify yourself. Silence. Then static returned, washing over the room like cold water. I convinced myself it was interference from another station, someone else's conversation bleeding through atmospheric disturbance. Yet sleep eluded me, my eyes drawn repeatedly to the radio's dim indicator light, expecting that voice to return. Blackwater Tower itself was a peculiar structure, a 30-foot frame supporting a glass-walled cabin that offered 360-degree views of dense, uninhabited forest. Below, a small living quarters had been retrofitted into what was once storage space. The cabin above was my workplace. Maps, spotting equipment, communications. The lower level my home. Kitchenette, narrow bed, bathroom facilities barely deserving the name. Everything smelled of pine sealant and old metal, with undertones of something earthier that emerged when the heating system labored against the bitter cold. The structure creaked constantly, expanding and contracting with temperature fluctuations, sounds I rapidly cataloged and normalized. Until the night I heard footsteps above my head. I'd been preparing dinner, rehydrated stew, a luxury in my simple existence, when the distinct rhythm of pacing feet crossed the ceiling. Slow, deliberate, heel to toe. There was no mistaking the sound. Someone was in the observation cabin. The protocol for unauthorized visitors was clear, but protocol offered cold comfort as I ascended the spiral staircase. Flashlight gripped white-knuckled in my left hand, right hand hovering near the bare spray on my belt. The beam sliced through darkness as I reached the top landing, illuminating the observation cabin inch by cautious inch. Empty. Utterly empty. Wind whistled through imperceptible gaps in the windows, and I stood trembling, ears straining against the silence. Had the footsteps been the metal stairs themselves, expanding after a day of harsh sun? Possible, yet the precise cadence, so deliberately human, chilled me more deeply than the December air. As I turned to descend, my light caught a smudge on the western window. Drawing closer, I realized it was a handprint, small like a child's, pressed against the outside of the glass, 30 feet above the ground. I backed away and fled downstairs. The next morning brought clarity with harsh sunlight. I examined the window from both inside and out, a terrifying exercise on the narrow catwalk that ringed the cabin, and found no handprint. The logical part of my brain suggested condensation had created an illusion the previous night. The deeper, animal part knew better. That afternoon, I made my scheduled radio check with regional headquarters. Any visitors logged for Blackwater recently? I kept my tone casual. Negative, came the response. Road's been closed since that snowfall last week. Why? Just thought I heard something. Probably a pine martin on the roof. Wouldn't be the first time. Remember, animals seek warmth in winter. Don't go feeding them now. I laughed dutifully and signed off, the knot in my stomach tightening. That evening, I found all my kitchen cupboards standing open. Every single one. I hadn't been in the kitchen for hours, having spent the day cataloging weather patterns and scanning the dormant forest for any signs of unexpected smoke. "Hello," I called, immediately feeling foolish. The doors must have gradually slid open due to the tower's perpetual tilt, a millimeter per hour until gravity completed the job. I closed them firmly and jammed paper towels in the corners to prevent recurrence. At sunset, I made a more troubling discovery. The logbook, where I dutifully recorded weather conditions, visibility, and observations, had new entries. My handwriting, but not my words. Where I had written, "Clear skies, visibility 12 plus miles," someone had added in the margins, "It's watching from the tree line." Another page, James can see it too. And again, ask about the children. I slammed the book shut, heart hammering. My first coherent thought, carbon monoxide poisoning. The ancient heater must be leaking. I was writing these notes myself in some dissociative state. It explained everything, the voice on the radio, the footsteps, these writings. I switched off the heater despite the plummeting temperature and opened windows to air out the cabin. That night, I slept in my coat and 3 blankets, waking hourly to check the battery-powered CO detector I'd found in the emergency kit. Normal readings, consistently. The following day passed without incident. I began to breathe easier, convincing myself the carbon monoxide theory was correct. The detector might be faulty, and the fresh air had cleared my system. I kept the heater off despite the bone-aching cold, wearing every layer I owned. That evening, I decided to search for information about the tower. The department had provided a metal filing cabinet containing operational manuals, maps, and historical records. I'd largely ignored these, focusing on the current season's protocols, but now I dug deeper. In a water-stained folder marked Incident Reports, I found sparse documentation of Blackwater's history. Most entries were mundane, equipment failures, weather damage, wildlife encounters. Then I found a report from 1976. The handwriting faded but legible. Lookout Sullivan terminated following unauthorized expedition to Weeping Ridge. Claims to have found evidence of children living in caves. No children reported missing in region. Sullivan exhibited increasing paranoia and reported voices in radio static. Recommended replacement and psychological evaluation. A paper-clipped note added, Sullivan reported something watching the tower at night. Physical inspection revealed nothing unusual. My skin prickled. Further reading revealed 3 more lookouts had left the position prematurely between 1976 and 1987, each citing personal reasons. The tower was decommissioned in 1988 due to budget cuts, then briefly reopened in 2005 before being abandoned again after less than a month. No explanation given. I returned the files with trembling hands and found myself staring through the windows into absolute darkness. The night pressed against the glass like something solid. For the first time, I felt certain I was being observed. A sensation so visceral my breath fogged in front of me, though the temperature hadn't dropped. That's when I noticed it. A pale shape at the edge of my flashlight's beam, just where the trees met the clearing. I focused the light directly on the spot and saw nothing but undergrowth and shadows. But when I moved the beam away in my peripheral vision, the shape returned. Standing, watching, I killed all interior lights and spent hours peering into darkness, convinced that something waited just beyond my vision. Eventually, exhaustion overcame vigilance, and I retreated downstairs to my bed, wedging a chair against the door. Dawn came with blessed normalcy. I performed my duties mechanically, scanning horizons, logging weather, checking in with headquarters. I made no mention of my discoveries or fears. Saying them aloud would make them real. Mid-morning, the radio crackled to life outside of scheduled communication times. Blackwater, come in. I hesitated before responding. This is Blackwater. Just checking your status. System showed your emergency beacon activated briefly. My blood ran cold. Negative. Beacon is secure. Roger that. Probably system error. Out. I immediately checked the emergency beacon, a device that, when triggered, would summon immediate evacuation. It remained in its sealed case, untouched. That afternoon, I found a child's drawing folded into my weather journal. Crude crayon figures stood beneath a tall tower. Black scribbles emerged from the forest surrounding them. The tallest figure had been violently scratched out with what looked like fingernail marks. I burned it in the small wood stove, watching flames consume the paper, half expecting the fire to turn unnatural colors. It burned normally, becoming harmless ash. When night fell, the temperature inside the tower plummeted despite the wood stove's efforts. My breath hung visibly in the air, and ice crystals formed in impossible patterns on the interior walls. Not the random fractals of natural freezing, but deliberate shapes like primitive pictographs. I huddled by the stove, watching the symbols slowly expand across the walls. In the corner nearest my bed, They formed what unmistakably resembled a crude stick figure. As I watched, paralyzed, the ice patterns grew to create another figure beside it. Then another. A procession of frozen silhouettes crawled across my walls. The radio hissed to life, unprompted. "James!" A child's voice, distorted by static. "We found your things. Who is this?" I demanded, voice cracking. "Come see. At the ridge. We've been waiting so long." "This isn't funny," I growled, though humor was the furthest thing from what I felt. "Identify yourself immediately." Sullivan saw us. The others too. "Your turn now." The transmission ended with a burst of static that formed a sound eerily similar to children laughing. I spent that night wide awake, the flashlight beam moving constantly between door, windows, and the radio. The ice patterns remained until dawn, when they melted into rivulets that pooled on the floor in shapes no water should naturally form. During my check-in the next day, I asked as casually as possible, "Ever heard of a lookout named Sullivan? Would have been here in the 70s. A long pause. "Where'd you hear that name?" "Found some old logs. Just curious." Another pause. "Sullivan was before my time, but there are stories. Probably nothing to them. How are you holding up out there? Need a supply run?" "I'm fine, elite. Just bored. Looking through history." "Well, don't go getting ideas about Weeping Ridge. That area's restricted." My pulse quickened. I hadn't mentioned the ridge. "Why's that?" "Unstable ground. Old mining operations. Not safe." After signing off, I pulled out the topographical maps. Weeping Ridge was marked 7 miles northeast of the tower. No indications of caves or mining, just a series of elevation lines showing a steep formation. I traced the most logical route with my finger, surprised to find myself seriously contemplating an expedition. That night, objects moved. I'd gone up to the observation deck at sunset, scanning the horizon out of habit rather than necessity. When I returned downstairs 20 minutes later, everything had changed. My bed now stood in the center of the room. The small table and chair had been stacked in a precarious tower. Every container, food packages, supply bins, storage canisters, stood open. Most disturbing of all, my clothes had been arranged on the bed in the shape of a human form, as if someone lay beneath them, a hollow silhouette of myself. I stood frozen in the doorway, ears straining for any sound of movement. The silence felt expectant, watching. Then something clattered in the observation deck above, my binoculars falling to the floor. I heard them dragging across the wooden planks, the sound moving from one side of the ceiling to the other. Fighting every instinct screaming at me to flee, I climbed the stairs, flashlight beam trembling. The binoculars lay in the center of the floor. As I watched, they jerked 2 inches to the left, then stopped. "What do you want?" My voice sounded foreign to my own ears. The binoculars remained still. Then, slowly, they rotated until both lenses pointed directly at me. Behind them, nothing visible. Yet I felt the weight of observation as tangibly as a hand upon my chest. The radio crackled. "The ridge, James. Bring your recorder." The binoculars suddenly shot across the floor, striking the wall with enough force to shatter one lens. I stumbled backward down the stairs, slammed the hatch shut, and dragged the heaviest container I could manage on top of it. Sleep was unthinkable. I reconstructed my living space, hands shaking so violently I could barely grip the furniture. The sensation of being watched intensified until I felt flayed by invisible eyes. Huddled in the corner furthest from both the stairs and the windows, I clutched my flashlight like a talisman. Around 3 in the morning, fingernails began scratching at the hatch, gentle at first, then increasingly frantic. Small voices called my name, sometimes pleading, sometimes singing it in a macabre melody. I pressed my hands over my ears, but the voices seemed to bypass my hearing, manifesting directly in my mind. Dawn brought silence but no relief. The scratches had left physical evidence. The wooden hatch bore dozens of deep grooves that hadn't been there before. I made my decision. I would go to Weeping Ridge, not out of curiosity or compliance with the voices, but because I needed to understand. If I stayed in the tower another night, I would lose my grip on sanity entirely. I packed essential supplies, my voice recorder, the bear spray, and a hunting knife from the emergency kit. I hesitated over the satellite phone before securing it in my pack. The department monitored its usage closely, but if things went badly, reprimands would be the least of my concerns. As I prepared to depart, I noticed my reflection in the small bathroom mirror had darkened, as if a shadow stood behind me. When I turned, I was alone, but the reflection continued showing the silhouette. I stopped looking. The trek to Weeping Ridge was arduous. December had transformed the landscape into a treacherous maze of ice-slicked rocks and snow-covered pitfalls. The forest around me seemed to breathe, not just with wind, but with collective presence. Branches reached too eagerly in my direction. Shadows moved incorrectly relative to the sun's position. For hours in, I began seeing the children, always in my peripheral vision, always gone when I turned to look directly. Small figures flitting between trees, watching, beckoning me forward. Their presence should have terrified me, but exhaustion had dulled my fear response. I simply noted their manifestations with detached interest, like documenting weather patterns. Weeping Ridge announced itself dramatically. A sheer rock face with dozens of small streams trickling down its surface, freezing into glistening columns of ice that indeed resembled tears. At its base, exactly as Sullivan had reported decades earlier, I found cave openings partially hidden by overgrowth. Standing before the largest opening, rational thoughts finally reasserted themselves. I was alone in wilderness, miles from safety, about to enter an unmapped cave system on the instruction of what could only be hallucinations or supernatural entities. The absurdity nearly made me laugh. The cave mouth seemed to inhale, a subtle current of air drawing inward. My flashlight beam disappeared into absolute darkness, swallowed by depths that felt older than the forest itself. I activated my voice recorder. December 17th. Weeping Ridge Cave System. I paused, realizing the true madness of my situation. I'm investigating unexplained phenomena experienced at Blackwater Tower. I stepped inside. The temperature dropped immediately, my breath clouding before me. The passage descended gently, walls slick with mineral-laden moisture that reflected my light in oily rainbows. The silence was total, not even the forest sounds penetrating this far. 30 feet in, the passage opened to a chamber roughly the size of the tower's observation deck. My light revealed crude markings on the walls, not ancient petroglyphs, but more recent. Childish handprints in what looked disturbingly like dried blood, stick figures, and a repeated motif that resembled the tower itself. In the chamber's center stood a small cairn of stones. Atop it rested an old Department of Forestry badge, tarnished nearly beyond recognition. I approached cautiously, focusing my light on the name still faintly visible. Sullivan. Jesus! I whispered, the sound swallowed by the dense air. Something moved behind me, a shuffling like small feet on stone. I whirled, light slashing through darkness, catching nothing. The air grew heavier, pressing against my skin with almost tactile presence. Deeper in the cave, a child laughed. Against every survival instinct, I advanced toward the sound, through a narrow passage that forced me to turn sideways. It opened into a second chamber, larger than the first. My light couldn't reach the ceiling, creating the illusion of infinite space above. What I found inside stops my heart even now. Remembering, a circle of stones contained personal effects, watches, wallets, keys, rings, dozens of items spanning what appeared to be decades based on their styles. I recognized Sullivan's pocket watch from a photo in his file. Beside it lay a more modern digital camera that, when I checked, still powered on. The screen showed the tower at night, a pale face pressed against the observation window. Not outside looking in, but inside looking out, with only darkness visible beyond the glass. I scrolled through more images. The caves, the stone circle, and increasingly blurred photos of small figures following the photographer through the forest. The final image turned my blood to ice. A selfie of a terrified man, eyes wide, while behind him dozens of childlike figures crowded the frame. their faces blank smudges of white. I dropped the camera as whispers erupted around me, seemingly from the stone itself. My recorder, still running, captured nothing but my increasingly panicked breathing. "Who are you?" I called, voice echoing strangely. "What do you want?" To not be alone came a chorus of responses, the voices surrounding me completely. "Your turn to watch now, James." My light flickered, dimmed, and failed. In the perfect darkness, I felt small hands touching my face, my hair, my clothes, gentle, curious touches that gradually became more insistent, pulling at me from all directions. I broke free and ran blindly, colliding with stone walls, scraping skin from my palms and knees as I scrambled through passages that seemed to have rearranged themselves. Behind me, the voices changed from playful to hungry, the pursuing footsteps accelerating. I burst from the cave into fading daylight, not slowing until I'd put 100 yards between myself and the ridge. Looking back, I saw them clearly for the first time. Small figures standing at the cave entrances, their features indistinct but their attention unmistakably fixed on me. They made no attempt to follow into the light. The return journey passed in a blur of adrenaline and fading daylight. I reached the tower at dusk, climbed the steps with leaden legs, and collapsed on my bed without removing my pack or boots. I awoke to darkness and a profound sense of wrongness. The air had changed, became thicker, charged with presence. I switched on my flashlight with trembling fingers and immediately wished I hadn't. Every surface of the room was covered with handprints, small, child-sized, pressed into impossible places. The ceiling, behind the stove, inside the closed refrigerator when I jerked it open. Hundreds of them, overlapping in muddy, rust-colored impressions. Most terrifying of all, a set of fresh prints crossed my chest and face. I touched my cheek and my fingers came away stained with cave mud. "We followed you home," the radio announced conversationally. The voice was Sullivan's. I knew somehow, though I'd never heard it before. "We always follow." The hatch to the observation deck flew open with a bang. I trained my light on the opening, revealing nothing but darkness beyond. A darkness deeper and more complete than night should allow. Whispers filled the room, becoming a crescendo of children's voices repeating, "Your turn, your turn, your turn." The darkness from the hatch began to flow downward like liquid shadow, pooling on the floor, spreading toward me. Where it touched, surfaces frosted over with those same pictographic ice patterns. I grabbed the satellite phone with mud-stained hands and punched in the emergency code. A calm voice answered immediately, "Emergency services. This is James Harlan at Blackwater Tower," I gasped. "I need immediate evacuation." Pause. "Blackwater Tower has been decommissioned for 15 years, sir." "No, I'm the lookout. I've been here for 3 weeks." "Sir, please identify yourself again." The darkness touched my feet, ice crystals forming instantly around my boots, anchoring me to the floor. The cold burned through layers of fabric. "Please," I begged. "Something's in the tower with me. They followed me from Weeping Ridge." A longer pause. Then, with disturbing recognition, "Did you say Weeping Ridge?" "Yes, the caves." "Stay where you are," the voice commanded. "We're sending someone immediately. Do you have Sullivan's badge?" The question struck me like physical blow. "How did you? Do you have it?" Urgency sharpened the voice. I reached into my pocket where I'd stashed the badge. "Yes, keep it with you. They can't take you if you're holding it. We've dealt with this before." The darkness swirled around my knees now, solidifying into small hand shapes that clutched at my clothes. The radio emitted a sound like dozens of children screaming in tandem. "They're here," I whispered into the phone. "Oh God, they're all around me." "Listen carefully," the voice instructed. Sullivan wasn't the first. The mining operation in 1938 collapsed. 14 children were lost. We thought we'd contained it after the last incident, but the phone died, the screen showing full battery but no signal. The darkness reached my waist, tiny fingers of shadow plucking at my clothes, my skin, trying to take the badge clutched in my frozen fingers. Hours passed in a nightmarish tableau. Me, partially encased in living shadow, gripping Sullivan's badge like a crucifix while small voices bargained, threatened, pleaded. The lights flickered on and off. Objects hurled themselves across the room. The temperature plummeted until even the water in the pipes froze and burst. As dawn approached, the darkness receded grudgingly, condensing into child-sized figures that lingered in corners. Their features were more defined now. Hollow eyes, mouths stretched too wide, skin like alabaster. "Your turn ends soon," they whispered as sunlight touched the windows. "But we'll be waiting. We're always waiting." They faded with the darkness, leaving me shaking uncontrollably in a room destroyed by impossible forces. The satellite phone remained dead. I fled the tower at first light, taking only what I could carry, including Sullivan's badge. The department helicopter found me 8 miles down the access road, severely hypothermic but alive. The official report listed my experience as a psychological break induced by isolation and carbon monoxide poisoning. Blackwater Tower has been permanently decommissioned, the access road gated and marked with warnings about structural instability. I haven't told anyone what really happened. Not the doctors, not the department investigators, not my concerned family. Who would believe me? I have only my recorder, which captured nothing but static and my own increasingly unhinged monologues, and Sullivan's badge, which I keep with me always. But I know the truth. Those children are still there, waiting in the dark spaces between reality. Sometimes, on the coldest nights, my radio crackles with distant voices calling my name. My bathroom mirror shows shadows where none should exist. Small, muddy handprints appear on my windows, always on the inside of the glass. They're patient. They've waited decades for others. They can wait for me. And sometimes, in my darkest moments of doubt, I wonder if they already have me. If I ever truly left that tower at all. The cave mud still won't wash from my hands, no matter how I scrub. The cold never leaves my bones. And in reflective surfaces, just at the edge of vision, I sometimes glimpse small figures standing behind me, watching with hungry, hollow eyes, waiting for my turn to end, and theirs to begin again. I know I'll find myself drawn back to Weeping Ridge eventually, back to the caves, back to the children who wait in the watchful dark. Sullivan did. The others too. Your turn now. The first time it happened, I was halfway through my dinner. A rhythmic flicker, 3 quick pulses of darkness that swept through the abandoned ranger station like a shadow exhaling. My fork froze halfway to my mouth as I stared at the old pendant light swinging gently above the kitchen table. The bulb hadn't dimmed or flickered. The electricity remained steady. Something else had briefly stolen the light from the room. I blamed it on exhaustion. 6 hours of driving north through increasingly remote country roads, followed by another 2 hours hauling my equipment from the car to this forgotten outpost on the edge of Lake Absolution. A poetic name for a body of water so vast, and still it seemed to swallow sound itself. The Forest Service had listed the decommissioned ranger station as available for a 3-month artist residency, and I jumped at the chance. A photographer specializing in abandoned places, I needed isolation to complete my book. What better place than a structure abandoned by the government decades ago, nestled between ancient pines and a lake that appeared on few maps. Just the wind, I muttered, though the air hung perfectly still outside the warped windows. The late September evening pressed against the glass like a face wanting in. I finished my microwave pasta and explored my temporary home again. The station had been built in the 1930s, a squat, sturdy structure with thick log walls and small windows. The main room combined a kitchenette and living area with a stone fireplace. A short hallway led to a bathroom and bedroom, while a ladder in the kitchen corner accessed a small loft that I'd converted to my darkroom. Behind the building stood a dilapidated boathouse, its door padlocked and rusted shut. As I unpacked my cameras, the station's profound silence wrapped around me like a too-heavy blanket. No traffic noise.
No distant voices.
Not even the electronic hum that pervades modern buildings. Just the occasional creak of century-old timber adjusting to temperature changes and the soft lapping of lake water against the distant shore. I worked until my eyes burned, then collapsed into the narrow bed, pulling the musty quilt to my chin. Sleep came immediately, until the tapping woke me.
Top, top, top.
Precise, deliberate. 3 quick taps from somewhere in the kitchen.
Top, top, top.
My eyes shot open, heart hammering against my ribs. The darkness in the bedroom was absolute, a physical presence pressing against my skin. I fumbled for my phone, fingers trembling as I activated the flashlight.
3:17 Uhr nachts. Top, top, top.
It wasn't random, not a branch against a window or the building settling. Each tap carried identical weight and duration, perfectly spaced 3 seconds apart. And they were moving, first from the kitchen sink, then from above the refrigerator, then from the hallway just outside my bedroom door.
Top, top, top.
Now directly above my head, as if something crouched on the ceiling. I lay frozen, sweat beading on my forehead despite the chill. The tapping continued for precisely 2 more minutes. I counted each iteration with rigid focus, then stopped mid-sequence. The silence that followed was somehow worse. Morning brought rationality with its pale light. I blamed a territorial woodpecker, though I'd seen none in the area. I spent the day photographing the station's weathered exterior, deliberately avoiding the boathouse. Something about its sagging frame and rusted padlock unsettled me more than it should have. That afternoon, I discovered the first photograph. I'd been clearing decades of debris from a cabinet when my fingers brushed against something wedged behind the rotting back panel. A small Polaroid, its colors faded to sepia tones. It showed a young man in what I recognized as a 1970s Forest Service uniform, standing in front of the station. His face was pleasant enough, mid-20s, bearded, smiling slightly. But there was something wrong with his eyes. They were looking somewhere else, focused on something beyond the photographer. Something that made the skin around his eyes tighten with either recognition or fear. I flipped it over. In faded blue ink, Paul Herrick, Station 17, Final Day. I pinned it to the corkboard above my makeshift desk and continued working, though my eyes kept returning to Paul's unsettled gaze. That night, the flicker returned. I was editing photos on my laptop when darkness pulsed through the room. 3 quick waves of shadow, too fast to be a power fluctuation. My equipment remained powered, only the light itself had been briefly devoured. Then came the smell, algae and stagnant water, wet, rotting wood, and beneath it, something sweet and putrid that made my stomach clench. It filled the room in an instant, so thick I could taste it. Then, just as suddenly, it vanished. I slammed my laptop closed and switched on every light in the station. With shaking hands, I checked windows and doors, finding each one securely locked. In the bathroom, I splashed cold water on my face and stared at my reflection. Dark circles underscored my eyes, and 2 days of stubble shadowed my jaw. "Get it together," I whispered to my reflection. "It's an old building near a lake. Of course it smells sometimes." But as I gripped the edge of the sink, I noticed something on the mirror that hadn't been there before. A thin layer of condensation, as if someone had recently showered. And in that condensation, 3 vertical lines had been drawn by a finger. I backed out of the bathroom, heart pounding in my throat. The rest of the night I spent huddled in an armchair, all lights blazing, jumping at every creak and groan of the old structure. By morning, I'd convinced myself of carbon monoxide poisoning. The station had an ancient propane heater. Perhaps it was malfunctioning. I drove to the nearest town 90 minutes each way and purchased a detector, along with extra batteries and enough food for a week. The detector showed normal levels, which both relieved and disturbed me. I had no explanation for the occurrences, yet I couldn't leave. My book deadline loomed, and the strange atmosphere of the station had begun to infect my work. My photographs of the building's interior had taken on a disquieting quality I'd never achieved before. Shadows pooled more densely in corners. Light seemed to bend around ordinary objects in ways that transformed them into something other. That afternoon, while photographing the kitchen, I discovered something impossible. The ancient refrigerator, a hulking white monolith from the 1960s, had been moved approximately 3 inches to the left. I knew this with absolute certainty because I'd photographed it the previous day, using the uneven floorboards as a reference point. The refrigerator weighed at least 300 pounds. I could barely rock it, let alone move it. A cold certainty settled in my stomach. I was not alone. That night, I didn't even attempt sleep. I sat in the kitchen, a digital recorder running beside me, 2 flashlights and my camera within reach. Outside, the lake reflected a waning moon like a silver eye half closed with secrets. At precisely 3:17 a.m., the tapping began again.
Top, top, top.
This time, I forced myself to follow the sound. It led me in a deliberate path through the kitchen, down the hallway, and stopped at a narrow door I had assumed was a linen closet. The door was locked. I tried it during my initial exploration, but now it swung open at my touch. Behind it, a steep staircase descended into darkness. The smell hit me immediately. That same stagnant water stench, stronger now, mixed with the metallic tang of old blood. Every instinct screamed to slam the door shut, to flee the station entirely. Instead, I raised my camera and took a photograph, the flash momentarily illuminating the stairwell. When I checked the digital display, my blood froze. Standing 3 steps down, captured in perfect clarity, was a figure. Male, wearing what appeared to be a Forest Service uniform. But the image was blurred around the edges, as if the figure vibrated at a frequency just beyond human perception. Its face was turned away, looking down into the darkness. I lowered the camera, and the stairwell was empty.
Top, top, top.
Now from below, calling me down. Some distant part of my mind, the last rational fragment, screamed warnings as I placed my foot on the first step. The wood groaned beneath my weight. The air grew colder with each step downward, the darkness thicker despite my flashlight. At the bottom, a dirt-floored chamber extended beneath the entire station. Support beams created a forest of wooden columns. My light caught something reflective in the far corner, water, a puddle that seemed to extend beyond the beam's reach. As I moved closer, I realized it wasn't a puddle. It was the edge of a vast pool that disappeared into the darkness. The lake had found its way under the station. The tapping stopped, replaced by a new sound. Water lapping gently against wood. Something moved in the water, a dark shape just beneath the surface, circling slowly. My flashlight beam skittered across the water's surface but couldn't penetrate the murky depths. Then it breached. Not a hand, not a head, but something that resembled both and neither. A mass of dark matter that rose just enough to reveal what it carried. Another Polaroid photograph, somehow dry despite emerging from underwater. It floated toward me, coming to rest at the edge of the pool. With trembling fingers, I picked it up. The image showed the station from the lakeside. In the foreground stood 7 figures in Forest Service uniforms, a complete station crew. Their faces were carefully, methodically scratched out. All except one, Paul Herrick, the man from the first photograph. He stood slightly apart from the group, his expression now clearly one of terror. In the background, barely visible in a second-floor window of the station, was another figure, indistinct, watching. I flipped it over. In the same blue ink, Station 17 crew, final day. The flicker came again. 3 pulses of absolute darkness. When my vision cleared, I stood alone in a room that couldn't exist. The basement chamber had expanded impossibly, the ceiling now 20 feet high, the water before me no longer a pool but the lake itself, somehow contained within the building. The support beams had transformed into massive, gnarled trunks of ancient trees. And hanging from those trees, gently swaying though no breeze stirred the chamber, were dozens of Forest Service uniforms. Empty, waiting. I ran, scrambled up the stairs, tripping, crawling, heart threatening to burst. I slammed the basement door, dragged a heavy bookcase in front of it. In blind panic, I grabbed my car keys and fled into the night without bothering to collect my equipment. My car wouldn't start. The engine turned over but died immediately, again and again. In the rearview mirror, I saw lights flickering inside the station. Not the steady electric lights I'd left on, but a pulsing glow that moved from room to room, searching.
Top, top, top,
on my driver's side window. I screamed and lurched across to the passenger door, tumbling out onto the gravel. The station loomed against the night sky, its windows now dark. The tapping followed me as I staggered toward the main road. From the trees, from the ground beneath my feet, from the air itself.
Top, top, top.
I ran until my lungs burned and my legs gave out, collapsing on the dirt road miles from the station. Above me, stars wheeled in cold indifference as I gasped and sobbed. When headlights finally appeared around dawn, a logging truck whose driver stared at me with undisguised suspicion, I babbled about carbon monoxide and food poisoning. He reluctantly drove me to the nearest town, where I used the last of my cash to rent a motel room. I called the Forest Service that afternoon, asking about Station 17 on Lake Absolution. The confused administrator informed me that no such station existed in their registry. When I described the location precisely, she hesitated. That area was designated off-limits in 1978, she finally said. After the incident. What incident? My mouth had gone dry. I'm not authorized to discuss it, but that land doesn't belong to the Forest Service anymore. Hasn't for almost 50 years. You shouldn't have been there at all. She hung up before I could respond. That night, in my motel room, I emptied my pockets and found the Polaroid I'd taken from the basement. Under the harsh bathroom light, I examined it again. The scratched-out faces, Paul Herrick's terror, the watcher in the window. Only now, Paul's face had changed. His eyes were turned directly to the camera, directly at me, and his mouth was open in a silent scream. The next morning, I hired a local to drive me back to the station to retrieve my car and equipment. We found the dirt road easily enough, following it to where the station should have stood. There was nothing there, no building. Not even foundations or debris to suggest a structure had ever existed. Just an unbroken line of ancient pines at the lake's edge. My car sat in a small clearing, keys in the ignition, engine starting on the first try. My driver looked at me strangely when I stood staring at the empty space, insisting there had been a building. Nothing's ever been built on this section of shoreline, he said. Lake Absolution's been off-limits since before I was born. Something bad in the water. I didn't argue. I paid him and drove away, never to return to that region again. But the tapping followed me home.
Top, top, top.
Comes most nights at 3:17 a.m. From my kitchen sink, from the ceiling above my bed, from inside my closet. And sometimes when I download images from my camera, the camera I never returned for, that somehow appeared on my doorstep 3 weeks after I fled, I find photographs I never took. Interiors of a ranger station that doesn't exist. Close-ups of uniforms hanging from trees. A dark shape beneath lake water. And most recently, a self-portrait. Me standing in front of a bathroom mirror, eyes focused on something beyond the photographer. My face pleasant enough, smiling slightly, but my eyes looking somewhere else. The skin around them tight with recognition, or fear. On the back, in my own handwriting, though I have no memory of writing it, in blue ink. Final day. The light in my apartment flickers as I write this. 3 quick pulses of darkness. The smell of algae and stagnant water fills my nostrils. And from somewhere behind me comes the familiar sound.
Top, top, top.
I've always believed that isolation breeds perception. Strip away the noise of daily life, and suddenly you can hear things that were always there, lurking beneath the cacophony of existence. That's what I told myself during those first nights at the old radio monitoring station, when the whispers began. The station sat alone on North Sister Mountain, a Cold War relic the Forest Service had repurposed as a fire lookout before abandoning it altogether. When I found the listing for a 6-month caretaker position, maintain the property through winter, ensure no squatters, monitor for structural issues, it seemed perfect. I needed distance from my life, from memories of Ellie, from the accident. 6 months alone in the mountains with only my thoughts and the bitter Oregon winter for company. The structure was strange. A central concrete tower rising 3 stories, topped with a circular room encased in windows, offering a 360-degree view of endless forest. Satellite dishes and radio antennae sprouted from the roof like metallic fungi. Two squat wings extended from either side of the tower. One held living quarters, the other equipment rooms and storage. The nearest town was 40 minutes away by car on roads that would become impassable after the first heavy snow. The generator's temperamental, the property manager had warned me, but the solar setup should carry you through most days. Cell reception spotty. There's a satellite phone for emergencies. He'd looked me over with something between pity and concern. You sure you want to be up here alone all winter? Most folks go a little funny with that much silence. I assured him silence was exactly what I needed. The first anomaly occurred on my third night. I was unpacking the last of my boxes in the living quarters when a burst of static erupted from the other wing of the building. Static, then silence, then three clear notes, like someone had pressed piano keys in sequence. C, F, A. I froze, my heart accelerating. The equipment wing was supposed to be powered down. I grabbed my flashlight and crossed through the central tower to investigate. The equipment wing was cold, at least 15 degrees colder than the living quarters. My breath fogged in front of me as I swept my light across panels of dials, meters, and switches. Nothing showed signs of power. No lights. No hums. The static and notes I'd heard seemed impossible. Hello. My voice sounded thin, absorbed by the dense quiet. I was reaching for the light switch when it happened again. Static followed by those three notes, louder this time, emanating from an ancient console in the corner. I approached it slowly, playing my light over its dusty surface. The console remained dark and dormant, yet somehow it had produced that sound. I told myself it was nothing, residual current in old circuits, or perhaps just the wind playing tricks through the ventilation system. I switched off my flashlight and returned to my unpacking, trying to ignore the prickling sensation between my shoulder blades. That night, I dreamed of radio frequencies, of voices trying to break through walls of static, of Ellie calling my name from someplace distant and cold. By the end of my first week, I'd established a routine. Mornings were for maintenance checks and physical labor, splitting firewood, clearing brush, inspecting the perimeter fence. Afternoons I spent reading or writing in my journal. Evenings belonged to cooking simple meals and listening to the portable radio I'd brought, tuned to the only station that reached this far into the mountains. The isolation suited me. I didn't mind talking to myself occasionally. It helped fill the silence that sometimes pressed against my eardrums like cotton wool. The incident with the console didn't repeat itself, and I began to relax into my solitude. Until the morning I found the dial. I was clearing cobwebs from a storage closet when I discovered a loose section of baseboard. Behind it was a small cavity containing a single object, a dial about 3 inches in diameter, made of what looked like bakelite, with numbers around its circumference. It wasn't connected to anything, just a dial hidden in a wall. I turned it slowly. The mechanism inside clicked softly as it rotated through its positions, 1 through 12. When I reached 7, the temperature in the room plummeted. My breath suddenly billowed out in thick white clouds. The air felt charged, like the moment before lightning strikes. The dial continued turning by itself, moving from 7 to 8, 9, 10, each number accompanied by a drop in temperature. I tried to pull my hand away, but my fingers seemed fused to the plastic. At 12, the dial stopped. Complete darkness enveloped me. A darkness so absolute I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. Then came the sound. A long, sustained note, like someone blowing across the mouth of an enormous bottle. It resonated in my chest cavity, vibrating my ribs. The sound shaped itself into words I couldn't quite understand, a language that seemed familiar and foreign simultaneously. As suddenly as it had begun, it ended. The darkness receded. The temperature normalized. The dial sat motionless in my palm. I put it back where I'd found it and replaced the baseboard, my hands trembling so badly I could barely manage the task. That night, I dreamed of Ellie again. In the dream, she stood at the edge of a forest, her back to me. When she turned around, her face had no features, just smooth, blank skin stretched over bone. 2 weeks into my stay, the weather turned. Heavy snow blanketed the mountain, transforming the landscape into a white void. The wind howled around the tower, finding every crack and crevice, whispering through the halls like something searching. I began hearing the three notes regularly now, CF, sometimes from the equipment room, sometimes from the tower, sometimes seeming to emanate from the walls themselves. I started documenting each occurrence in my journal, noting the time, location, and duration. A pattern emerged. The incidents always happened at 27 minutes past the hour, never lasting more than 15 seconds. It's the building settling, I said aloud to myself. Old wiring, wind patterns, nothing supernatural. But doubt gnawed at me. Why those specific notes? Why at such precise intervals? The radio I'd brought began picking up strange broadcasts, fragments of conversations that made no sense, music that sounded like it was being played underwater, and sometimes just breathing, slow and deliberate, as if someone were holding the microphone to their lips while they slept. One night, tuning through static, I heard a child's voice recite what sounded like nursery rhymes, but with disturbing alterations. Ring around the tower, pockets full of hours. Ashes, ashes, all tune in. The silent ones are listening. I switched off the radio, but the voice continued, now seeming to come from the ceiling. I ran outside into the snow, barefoot and wearing only sweatpants and a t-shirt. The cold bit into my skin, but I welcomed the pain. Anything to escape that voice. Standing in knee-deep snow, I looked up at the tower. Every window blazed with light, though I'd only left a single lamp on in my bedroom. Silhouettes moved behind the glass. Dozens of them, pacing, gesturing, pressing against the windows as if trying to break through. I blinked and the vision vanished. The tower stood dark except for my solitary bedroom light. My feet had gone numb. I trudged back inside, leaving bloody footprints in the snow. I discovered the logbooks in the third week. They were hidden in a metal cabinet that had been welded shut, which I'd finally managed to pry open using a crowbar. The cabinet contained 23 identical ledgers, dating from 1952 to 1974. Each was filled with the same type of entries. April 17, 1969, 3:27. Signal detected. Frequency 87.9 megahertz. Duration 15 seconds. Message content: three-tone sequence followed by voice transmission in unknown language. Similar phonology to previous transmissions. No response attempted per protocol. The final logbook ended with an entry that made my blood freeze. December 2nd, 1974, 23:27. Signal detected. All frequencies simultaneously. Duration 37 minutes. Message content: repetition of three-tone sequence followed by coordinates, redacted, and name, redacted. Operation BLACKFREQNCY initiated. Station to be decommissioned effective immediately. All personnel transferred. No further contact authorized with this location. The last page had been torn out, but a fragment remained, containing a single sentence. It knows who's listening. That night, at precisely 11:27 p.m., every electronic device in the station activated simultaneously. My laptop, the old radio equipment, even my dead cell phone. Each emitted the familiar three notes, followed by static that resolved into a voice speaking my name. "Daniel," it said in Ellie's voice. "I'm cold, Daniel. I'm so cold." I threw my phone against the wall where it shattered. I unplugged every device I could find and removed their batteries. I sat in the dark, my back against the wall, a kitchen knife clutched in my hand, until dawn. It didn't help. The next night, at 11:27, the three notes played again, this time from the walls themselves, as if the very structure of the building had become an instrument. Ellie's voice followed, closer now, as if she were whispering directly into my ear. "You left me there, Daniel, at the lake. You watched me go under. You were dead?" I whispered back, tears streaming down my face. "I tried to save you. I tried. Not hard enough," the voice replied. "Now I've found something else. Something that was already here, waiting. It showed me how to reach you. In the fourth week, the poltergeist activity escalated beyond sound. I woke one morning to find all my possessions had been rearranged. Not chaotically, but with disturbing precision. Every item I owned had been placed in perfect concentric circles around my bed, like ripples spreading from a stone dropped in water. In the bathroom, I found my reflection in the mirror. Wrong. It moved a fraction of a second too slowly, its eyes tracking something over my shoulder that wasn't there when I turned to look. When I reached out to touch the glass, my reflection remained still, watching me with an expression I'd never seen on my own face. A mixture of pity and hunger. I avoided mirrors after that. Objects began to move in my peripheral vision. The temperature fluctuated wildly, freezing one moment, suffocatingly hot the next. Water ran black from the taps for exactly 53 seconds before clearing. The walls developed stains that formed patterns resembling radio wavelengths. I tried to leave twice. The first time, I made it halfway down the mountain before my car's engine died. When I checked under the hood, I found the engine compartment filled with what looked like black mercury, roiling and bubbling, forming briefly into a face I recognized as Ellie's before dissolving again. The second time, I set out on foot. After hours of trudging through snow, I realized I'd been walking in circles, always returning to the station. The landscape itself seemed to bend around the building, creating a gravity well I couldn't escape. In desperation, I tried using the satellite phone to call for help. The property manager answered, his voice distant and distorted. "Daniel? That you? Hard to hear you." "Something's wrong here," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I need to leave. Now." A long pause. Then, "What's happening there, Daniel? Are you hearing things?" My blood went cold. "How did you know?" "They all do," he said softly. "Everyone we send up there. That's why we send them. People who've lost someone. People who'll listen." "Listen to what?" "It's not a monitoring station, Daniel. Never was. It's a receiver, built over something old. Something that was there long before the government put up those walls." His voice dropped to a whisper. "They tried to communicate with it, to use it. They thought it was a weapon they could aim. They were wrong." The line went dead. I tried calling back repeatedly, but the phone would only emit the 3-note sequence, followed by static. Yesterday, I found the broadcast room. It shouldn't exist. I'd explored every inch of the station in my 5 weeks here. I knew the layout, but yesterday, descending the stairs from the tower, I found an extra landing with a door I'd never seen before. The door was made of metal, painted red, with a wheel lock like those on submarine hatches. No markings, no window, just smooth red metal that felt warm to the touch. I don't know what possessed me to open it. Perhaps by then I'd surrendered to whatever madness had enveloped me. Perhaps I simply needed answers. The wheel turned easily, as if recently oiled. The door swung open silently, revealing a circular room about 20 feet in diameter. The walls were lined with equipment. Not the analog dials and switches of the monitoring station, but sleek black panels that hummed with power. At the center of the room stood a chair facing a single console with a microphone. The console held only 3 buttons colored red, blue, and yellow, and a single dial identical to the one I'd found hidden in the wall. Above the console, a display showed a frequency, 87.9 megahertz. I approached slowly, drawn by a compulsion I couldn't resist. The chair seemed to beckon. I sat down. The door swung shut behind me with a soft click. The dial began to turn on its own, rotating clockwise until it reached position 12. The 3 notes played CF, followed by Ellie's voice, clearer than I'd ever heard it. "It's your turn to broadcast, Daniel." I leaned toward the microphone. "What am I supposed to say?" "The truth," she replied. "Tell them how you left me. Tell them how you watched me drown because you were too afraid to jump in after me. Tell them how you've been punishing yourself ever since." "I was afraid," I whispered, tears flowing freely now. "The water was so dark. I couldn't see you. But now you can hear me," she said. "And soon, everyone will hear us both. You just need to press the buttons, Daniel. Red, then yellow, then blue. My hand hovered over the console. Something wasn't right. This voice, it sounded like Ellie, but the cadence was wrong, the emotional notes slightly off-key. "You're not Ellie," I said. The room temperature plummeted. Frost formed on the console, on my eyelashes, in my lungs. "I wear her like a skin," the voice admitted, dropping all pretense of humanity. "I wear all of them, everyone who's ever broadcast from this room, everyone who's ever listened. Press the buttons, Daniel. Join your frequency with mine." "No," I said, standing up. The chair grew arms, actual human arms, that wrapped around my torso, pulling me back down. The microphone stretched toward my face like a metal serpent. "Press the buttons," the voice commanded. No longer Ellie's, but something ancient and vast. "Become the signal." I fought against the chair's grip, reaching not for the colored buttons, but for the dial. With all my strength, I wrenched it counterclockwise, past 12, past 1 to 0, a position that hadn't existed before. Everything stopped. The humming equipment went silent. The arms holding me dissolved into dust. The microphone retreated. For one blessed moment, I experienced true silence. Not the absence of sound, but the absence of being. I felt myself unraveling, my consciousness expanding outward like radio waves, touching briefly on other minds, other receivers. I saw the truth then. The station wasn't built to monitor or broadcast signals. It was built to contain one, a frequency of thought, of existence, that had leaked into our world from somewhere else. The government hadn't created it. They'd merely found it and tried to harness it, not understanding that it was alive, hungry, patient. And now I was part of it. I'm writing this final entry in my journal by flashlight. The power died hours ago. Snow has sealed me in, piling against the windows, entombing the station in white silence. The equipment wing is gone. Not destroyed, simply gone, as if it never existed. The door to the broadcast room has disappeared as well. The dial sits on the table before me. I removed it from the wall, thinking perhaps distance would weaken its influence. I was wrong. It follows me now, appearing wherever I go. Sometimes it turns on its own. Sometimes I find myself turning it without realizing. I've stopped hearing Ellie's voice. Instead, I hear fragments of other voices, previous caretakers perhaps, or something older. They speak of the frequency, of the space between thoughts where something waits to be invited in. I understand now why the final logbook entry mentioned Operation BLACKFREQ and so why. They didn't decommission the station, they transformed it into a prison, a containment vessel for whatever had come through. And they kept sending people here, people like me, damaged and vulnerable, as wardens or sacrifices, I'm not sure which. Night is falling. The flashlight is dying. Soon I'll be in darkness again. If you're reading this, if you've come to replace me, turn back. Don't stay here. Don't listen to the silence between radio stations. Don't turn the dial. But I know you won't leave. You're here because you've lost someone, because you're listening for them in the static, because you can't help yourself. Even now, I feel the frequency building inside me. My thoughts scatter like radio waves, touching briefly on distant minds before dissipating. Parts of me are already broadcasting, transmitting to receivers I can't see. The dial is turning again. I should run, but where would I go? The station has become a part of me now, or perhaps I've become a part of it. The three notes are playing inside my skull. C, F, I, and I finally understand what they mean. Come find another. The frequency of silence has found its new voice. I am the broadcast now. Turn the dial. Listen closely. I'm right between the stations, you know, and I know your name. The moth died against my window at precisely 3:17 a.m. I know the time because I was awake, staring at my phone, trying to will myself back to sleep when I heard it. That soft, desperate thud against the glass. Not unusual for an insect to be drawn to the light of my screen, but what followed was. The moth didn't simply fall away. Its wings spread wide across the pane, creating a perfect silhouette, and then it flattened against the glass, as if pressed by an invisible hand. I watched, transfixed, as its body seemed to sink into the window itself, leaving behind an impossibly detailed impression, like a fossil in amber. When I finally worked up the courage to touch the glass, my fingers met only cold smoothness. The moth was gone, its perfect outline remaining. That was the first night in the Raven Point Watchkeeper station, and I told myself it was nothing but exhaustion playing tricks on my mind. I was here for solitude. After all, 6 months alone in this remote fire lookout perched on the edge of the Blackwater National Forest, monitoring the horizon for the first signs of wildfire. Off-season work, October through March, when fires were rare but still possible. The perfect escape from my crumbling life back in the city. I should have known better. The locals had warned me with sidelong glances when I picked up my keys, muttering about how the previous watchkeeper had left suddenly, mid-season. Couldn't handle the isolation. The Forest Service supervisor had explained with a dismissive wave. Now, looking back, I wonder if isolation was truly what drove him away. The watchkeeper station was nothing like I'd imagined. I'd expected something rustic but functional, a simple tower with basic amenities. What I found instead was a 2-story octagonal structure built in the 1930s, with weathered cedar siding and a wraparound deck offering unobstructed views of the surrounding wilderness. The observation room crowned the building, a glass-enclosed space filled with outdated equipment. Maps yellowed with age, a creaking swivel chair bolted to the floor, and an ancient radio system that seemed to pick up nothing but static. Below, a compact living space housed a small kitchenette, a bathroom with temperamental plumbing, and a bedroom barely large enough for the narrow iron frame bed pushed against one wall. The whole place smelled of pine resin, dust, and something else, metallic and sharp, like old pennies. My supervisor had given me a cursory tour before departing, his truck kicking up clouds of dust as he sped down the access road. "Cell service is spotty, so use the radio if you need anything," he called through the window. "Supply truck comes every other Wednesday. Try not to go stir-crazy." And then I was alone. I spent that first day unpacking, exploring the station, and familiarizing myself with my duties. The work was straightforward. Scan the forest for smoke, record weather patterns, report any unusual activity. The isolation didn't bother me. I'd always been comfortable with my own company. After my divorce, solitude had become something of a comfort, a space where I could exist without explanation or apology. But that night, after the moth incident, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The station creaked and groaned as it settled, ordinary sounds amplified by the surrounding silence. I eventually drifted off into an uneasy sleep, only to be awakened by another sound, a rhythmic tapping, like fingernails against wood.
Top, top, top.
Pause.
Top, top, top.
I sat up, heart pounding. The noise seemed to be coming from the wall beside my bed, but when I pressed my ear against it, the tapping stopped. I waited, holding my breath, but heard nothing more. Exhaustion eventually pulled me back to sleep. Morning brought clarity and rationality. The forest was full of sounds. Branches scraping against the building, animals moving in the underbrush. Nothing to worry about. I made coffee and carried it up to the observation room, where the sunrise painted the landscape in shades of amber and gold. The beauty of it all momentarily washed away my unease, until I saw the footprints. They circled the deck, visible in the light coating of dew on the wooden planks. Small, barefoot impressions that started at the stairs and completed a full circuit around the station before simply ending, as if whoever or whatever had made them had vanished into thin air. I told myself it was an animal, though no animal I knew walked quite like that. The prints were too deliberate, too even, too human. By midday, the sun had dried the dew, erasing all evidence of my early morning visitor. That night, I double-checked all the locks before retiring to bed, though something told me locks wouldn't matter to whatever had left those prints. I lay awake for hours, listening to the wind whistle through the trees and the occasional hooting of an owl. When the tapping started again, I was ready. I placed my phone on the nightstand, camera primed to record. The sound came from the same spot as before. Tap, 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 pause, tap, tap, tap. But this time I didn't move. I let the recording run, capturing nearly 10 minutes of the persistent noise before it abruptly stopped. I waited until morning to review the footage. The audio was clear, the rhythmic tapping exactly as I'd heard it. But there was something else, something I hadn't noticed in my half-asleep state. Between each set of taps, there was a soft sound, like breathing or whispering, too faint to make out. I spent the rest of the day on edge, jumping at every creak and groan of the old building. By evening, I'd convinced myself that I was overreacting. The isolation was getting to me, that was all. I needed to focus on my work, maintain routine. That night, I turned in early, leaving my phone recording again. I fell into a deep sleep, dreamless and heavy, until the screaming started. It tore through the silence like a physical force, a high, keening wail that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I bolted upright, disoriented and terrified, fumbling for the light switch. The bulb flickered weakly before stabilizing, casting a sickly yellow glow across the room. The screaming continued, modulating into something that almost sounded like words, a language I couldn't understand but somehow recognized on some primal level. It was coming from the observation room above me. Common sense told me to stay put, to hide under the covers until whatever it was went away. But something else, curiosity perhaps, or a deeper need to understand, propelled me out of bed and toward the spiral staircase that led to the upper level. The screaming stopped the moment my foot touched the first step. The silence that followed was somehow worse, expectant, alive. I climbed slowly, each step creaking beneath my weight. The observation room was dark, illuminated only by moonlight filtering through the windows. Nothing seemed amiss at first glance. The maps still hung on the walls, the equipment undisturbed. Then I saw it, a dark shape huddled in the swivel chair, its back to me. I froze, one hand on the railing, the other gripping my phone so tightly my knuckles ached. "Hello!" My voice sounded small, swallowed by the darkness. The shape didn't move, didn't acknowledge me. I took another step forward, then another until I could see it clearly. Not a person, but a pile of clothes. My clothes, arranged in a sitting position, carefully placed to mimic a human form. Relief washed over me, followed immediately by renewed fear. Someone had been in my room while I slept, had taken my clothes and arranged them this way. I spun around, scanning the shadows for any sign of an intruder, but I was alone. I approached the chair cautiously, reaching out to touch the fabric. It was cold, as if it had been sitting there for hours. As I moved to gather the clothes, something fell from the bundle and clattered to the floor. A small, tarnished pocket watch, its face cracked and its hands frozen at 3:17. I'd never seen it before. It wasn't mine, and it certainly hadn't been among my belongings. I picked it up gingerly, turning it over in my palm. The back was engraved with a single word, "Watchkeeper." That was when the radio crackled to life, static filling the room before resolving into a voice. Faint, distorted, but unmistakably calling my name. I dropped the watch as if it had burned me and stumbled backward, nearly falling down the stairs in my haste to get away. I slammed the door to the observation room behind me and wedged a chair under the handle, though I knew, somehow, that it wouldn't keep anything out if it truly wanted to get in. Sleep was impossible after that. I sat on my bed, back against the wall, listening to the radio continue to emit bursts of static interspersed with what sounded like fragments of conversation. Too garbled to understand, but definitely human voices. They continued until dawn, when they abruptly ceased. In the harsh light of morning, I considered my options. I could leave, pack my things and hike out to where I might get cell service, call for a replacement. But that would mean admitting defeat, and despite everything, a part of me was reluctant to give up so easily. Besides, what would I tell them? That I was hearing voices? That someone had arranged my clothes in a chair? That I'd found a mysterious pocket watch? No, I would stay, at least for now. I would document everything, find rational explanations. I was a scientist by training. I could approach this methodically. I started by examining the watch more closely. It was old, possibly from the early 1900s, its silver case tarnished and worn. The crack in its face formed a spiderweb pattern that seemed to emanate from the center, as if something had struck it with tremendous force. The hands were indeed frozen at 3:17, and no amount of winding would get them moving again. The engraving on the back was crude, as if done by an amateur rather than a professional. I took photos of it from every angle, then carefully placed it in a Ziploc bag and stored it in my backpack. Next, I conducted a thorough search of the station, looking for any sign of how someone might have entered without my knowledge. All doors and windows were secure, with no evidence of forced entry. The dust on the rarely used back entrance was undisturbed, and the hatch to the small attic space was still sealed with the same piece of tape I'd placed there during my initial exploration. By midday, I'd convinced myself that there must be a rational explanation for everything. The watch could have been left by a previous watchkeeper, hidden away and only now coming to light. The voices on the radio were probably interference from another station, distorted by the mountains. The clothes, that was harder to explain, but perhaps I'd arranged them myself in a sleep-deprived stupor. I decided to focus on my work, to stick to routine. I checked the weather instruments, scanned the horizon for any sign of smoke, and recorded my observations in the logbook. Normalcy would be my shield against whatever strangeness was occurring. That afternoon, while reviewing the station's maintenance history, I discovered something odd. The logbook contained entries from all previous watchkeepers, going back decades. But there was a gap, a 6-month period 3 years ago when the station should have been manned, but the pages were blank. No weather recordings, no maintenance notes, nothing. Even stranger, when I checked the employment records stored in a filing cabinet, I found no mention of who had been assigned to the station during that period. It was as if those months had simply been erased from the official record. I was still puzzling over this discovery when the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the observation room. The walls seemed to close in as darkness fell, and the silence took on a weight, a presence. I turned on every light in the station, but the illumination only made the shadows deeper, more defined. That night, I didn't bother trying to sleep. I set up a makeshift command center in the living area, my laptop open to a document where I recorded every unusual occurrence, my phone set to record any strange sounds. I brewed a pot of coffee and settled in for a long vigil. The tapping started at midnight, the same rhythmic pattern, but louder now, more insistent. It moved around the station, from wall to wall, floor to ceiling, as if something was pacing the perimeter, testing for weaknesses. I followed the sound, pressing my ear against various surfaces, trying to pinpoint its source. In the kitchenette, I noticed something I'd overlooked before. A small door, about 2 feet square, set into the wall near the floor. It looked like an access panel of some kind, painted the same color as the surrounding wall. The tapping was coming from behind it. My hands trembled as I knelt before the door. There was no handle, just a small recessed area where I could hook my fingers. I pulled, feeling a momentary resistance before the door swung open with a groan of protesting hinges. Beyond lay darkness, a space that shouldn't exist, given the station's layout. I shone my phone's flashlight into the opening, revealing a narrow crawl space that extended far beyond what should have been the exterior wall. The beam illuminated rough wooden beams, insulation, and what looked like claw marks gouged into the wood. The tapping had stopped the moment I opened the door, replaced by that heavy, waiting silence. Every instinct told me to close the panel, to seal away whatever lay beyond, but my curiosity wouldn't allow it. I needed to know. I squeezed into the opening, the tight space forcing me to crawl on hands and knees. The air was stale, heavy with the smell of rot and something else. That same metallic scent I'd noticed when I first arrived, but stronger now, overwhelming. The crawl space extended about 20 feet before opening into a small room, a space that, by all logic, couldn't exist. The station's blueprints showed no such area, and from the outside, there was no visible indication of this hidden addition. My flashlight revealed walls covered in writing, thousands of words scrawled in what looked like charcoal, overlapping and interwoven until they formed a dense tapestry of text. Names, dates, fragments of sentences. Some I recognized from the logbook, previous watchkeepers. Others were unfamiliar. And photographs, dozens of them, pinned to the walls, their edges curling with age and damp. Each showed the same thing, the watchkeeper station photographed from the same angle, but in different seasons, different years. In every image, a figure stood on the observation deck. Different people, men and women of varying ages, all staring directly at the camera with the same blank expression. And behind each figure, barely visible in the station's windows, was another shape, indistinct, blurred, but unmistakably present. With shaking hands, I took down one of the photographs, turning it over. On the back, in the same crude handwriting as the watch's engraving, was written, Watchkeeper 1952 to 1953. Joined. I checked another, Watchkeeper 1978. Joined. And another, Watchkeeper 2021. Resisted. Taken. My breath caught. 2021, the missing period in the logbook. The watchkeeper who had no record in the files. A soft sound made me turn. A whispering, like the rustling of papers in a breeze, though the air was still. It seemed to come from deeper in the room. From a dark corner my flashlight couldn't quite penetrate. I stepped forward, and the floorboard beneath my foot creaked loudly in the silence. The whispering stopped. I froze, listening intently, but heard nothing more. After what felt like an eternity, I continued forward, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The corner contained a small wooden chest, its lid closed but not latched. With a sense of inevitability, I knelt before it and lifted the lid. Inside was a uniform, a Forest Service outfit similar to mine but older in style. It lay neatly folded, as if waiting for its owner to return. On top of the uniform was a name badge, David Mercer, Watchkeeper. The name from the missing period. I reached out to touch the fabric, but before my fingers made contact, the chest slammed shut with such force that I fell backward, my flashlight flying from my hand and rolling into the darkness. The room plunged into blackness, save for the faint glow of my phone's screen several feet away. In that moment of blindness, I felt something brush against my cheek. A touch as light as a moth's wing, but unmistakably deliberate. A voice whispered in my ear, so close I could feel the breath that shouldn't exist. Watchkeeper. I scrambled backward, groping blindly for my phone, my heart threatening to burst from my chest. My fingers closed around the device just as something gripped my ankle. A hand, ice cold and impossibly strong. I kicked violently, connecting with nothing but air, yet the grip remained. It began to pull, dragging me toward the darkest part of the room. I clawed at the floorboards, splinters driving into my fingertips as I fought against the inexorable force. My phone's screen illuminated enough for me to see that nothing was holding me. My ankle hung suspended in the air, held by an invisible force that continued to pull me into the darkness. With a final, desperate effort, I twisted my body and lashed out with my free leg. Something yielded, a sensation like kicking through cobwebs, and suddenly I was free. I scrambled to my feet and ran, not bothering with the flashlight, using my phone's weak glow to guide me back to the crawl space. I dove through the opening and slammed the panel shut behind me, collapsing on the kitchenette floor, gasping for breath. My ankle throbbed where the invisible hand had gripped it, and when I pulled up my pant leg, I saw 5 distinct bruises forming, perfect fingerprints pressed into my skin. For the remainder of the night, I huddled in the center of the living area, as far from the walls as possible. The tapping didn't resume, but something worse took its place. A low, continuous moan that seemed to emanate from the very foundation of the building. It rose and fell like breath, punctuated occasionally by what sounded like soft laughter. When dawn finally broke, I was still awake, my mind racing through possibilities, each more implausible than the last. I considered leaving again, packing my things and simply walking away. But something told me it wouldn't let me leave, that whatever had claimed the previous watchkeepers had marked me too. I needed to understand what I was dealing with. I returned to the logbook, studying the entries more carefully. The writing styles varied, as expected from different individuals, but there was a pattern to the content. Each new watchkeeper began with professional, detached entries, weather conditions, maintenance tasks, wildlife sightings. But as time passed, the entries became more personal, more erratic. They wrote of strange sounds in the night, of shadows that moved against the light, of a presence that watched them from just beyond their peripheral vision. And then, inevitably, the entries would either abruptly stop or change completely, becoming clinical and detached once more, as if written by a different person entirely. I pulled out the photographs I'd taken from the hidden room, spreading them across the table. The pattern was clear now. Those who joined continued to write in the logbook, but something fundamental had changed. Those who resisted or were taken disappeared from the record entirely. As I studied the images, I noticed something else, a pattern in the background, a shape that appeared in the windows of the station in each photograph. When I arranged the images chronologically, the shape evolved, becoming more distinct, more human-like with each passing decade. It was forming itself, building a presence from the watchkeepers it claimed. My phone buzzed, a calendar reminder. The supply truck was due today. For the first time in days, I would have contact with another human being. I could leave with the driver, make up some excuse about a family emergency. I spent the morning in a frenzy of packing, throwing essential items into my backpack, ready to abandon everything else. As the appointed hour approached, I positioned myself on the deck, scanning the access road for any sign of the truck. Minutes stretched into hours. The truck didn't come. As dusk approached, I tried the radio, calling the Forest Service office. Nothing but static answered me. I was truly alone now, cut off from the outside world. That night, as darkness fell, I made a decision. I would confront whatever entity had claimed this place, try to understand what it wanted. If I couldn't escape, perhaps I could negotiate, find some way to coexist. I took the pocket watch from my backpack and returned to the observation room, placing it on the center of the desk. "I know you're here," I said to the empty air. "I know about the others, about David Mercer. What do you want from me?" The silence stretched, broken only by the soft ticking of the watch, a sound that made my blood run cold, as the watch had been frozen since I found it. The temperature in the room plummeted suddenly, my breath fogging in the air. The watch's ticking grew louder, more insistent. The hands began to move, spinning backward rapidly until they once again pointed to 3:17. Then they stopped. The radio crackled to life, but instead of static, it emitted a clear, strong voice. Not one voice, but many, speaking in unison. "Watchkeeper." The word echoed throughout the room, reverberating in my skull until it was all I could hear. The air around me thickened, became almost gelatinous, pressing against my skin from all sides. Shadows gathered in the corners, coalescing into a form that was almost, but not quite, human. It approached slowly, a patchwork of darkness and half-glimpsed features. Here an eye, there a mouth, all shifting and reforming like smoke. When it spoke again, I felt the words rather than heard them, a vibration in my chest. "You've seen, now choose." Choose what? My voice was a whisper, barely audible. To join, to become part of the watch, to see what we see. The shadow extended what might have been a hand, ephemeral fingers reaching toward me, or to resist and be taken. In that moment, I understood. The entity or entities bound to this place weren't malevolent, not exactly. They were guardians, watchers, bound to this station by duty or circumstance. They had been here long before the Forest Service built the lookout, would remain long after it crumbled to dust. Each watchkeeper was offered the same choice, to join the eternal vigil, becoming part of something ancient and unfathomable, or to resist and be consumed by it. I looked into the shifting darkness where a face should be and asked the only question that mattered. "What are you watching for?" The shadow seemed to expand, filling the room with its presence. For a brief, terrifying moment, I glimpsed what it saw, a perspective vast and incomprehensible, spanning time and space in ways my mind couldn't process. I saw the forest not as it was, but as a tapestry of energy and intention, of forces moving beneath the surface of reality. And I saw what approached from beyond, entities far more alien and dangerous than the shadow before me, held at bay only by the constant vigilance of the watchers. The vision receded, leaving me gasping and disoriented. The shadow contracted, becoming almost human-sized once more. "Choose," it repeated, its hands still extended. In that moment, I made my decision. The new watchkeeper arrived yesterday, nervous and eager, carrying too many books and not enough practical supplies. I watched from the treeline as the supervisor gave the same cursory tour I'd received 6 months ago, the same vague warnings about isolation and boredom. When the supervisor left, I approached the station, my footsteps light on the dew-covered grass. I circled the deck once, peering through the windows at the newcomer as they unpacked, unaware of my presence. They had taken the bedroom as I had, arranging their belongings with the careful precision of someone preparing for a long stay. At precisely 3:17 a.m., I pressed my hand against their window, feeling the cold glass yield slightly under my touch. I whispered their name, tasting the syllables, committing them to memory. They stirred in their sleep but didn't wake. Tonight, I'll start with the tapping. Tomorrow, perhaps the radio. Soon, they'll find the hidden room, the photographs, the watch. They'll make their choice as I made mine. The forest holds its secrets close, and we who watch are the most secret of all. Not quite living, not quite dead, bound to this place by choice and purpose. I am the watchkeeper now, and I am not alone. I never will be again. The moths still come to the windows, drawn to the light inside. I press them against the glass, watch them sink into the surface, adding their essence to the station's memory. Every small sacrifice strengthens the barrier between worlds. Every night, I whisper to the new watchkeeper, calling them to join us. Some resist longer than others. In the end, it doesn't matter. No one ever leaves Raven Point. Not really. We all become watchers in the end. The first time I heard my name whispered through the static of the weather radio, I convinced myself it was just the wind playing tricks. 3 days into my winter caretaking position at Blackwood Ridge Fire Lookout, and the isolation was already getting to me. That's what I told myself, anyway. James! I froze, coffee mug halfway to my lips, as the radio crackled again. A faint, sibilant sound barely distinguishable from the constant atmospheric hiss. The lookout tower was 30 miles from the nearest town, perched atop a granite outcropping in the North Cascades. Cell reception was non-existent. The radio was for weather alerts and emergency contact with forestry services. Shouldn't have known my name. I set down my mug with deliberate care and approached the ancient radio unit, its metal casing scratched and worn from decades of use. The red transmission light wasn't on. Nothing but background static came through the speaker now, punctuated by the occasional pop and hiss. "Hello," I ventured, pressing the transmit button. "This is Blackwood Ridge Lookout. Do you copy?" Only empty static answered. I released the button and waited, listening to the soft moaning of the wind as it circled the octagonal glass enclosure of the lookout. Outside, snow was falling in lazy spirals, accumulating on the railing of the observation deck. Sunset was turning the western sky a bruised purple. I'd taken this job to escape. From the city, from people, from the hollow shell my life had become after Sarah's death. 3 months alone in a fire lookout during off-season sounded perfect. The National Forest Service needed someone to maintain the historic structure through the harsh winter months when tourists were absent and rangers were few. I needed somewhere to hide from my grief. What I hadn't counted on was the silence. Not peaceful silence, but a watchful, waiting kind that pressed against the windows at night. That first night after hearing my name, I slept fitfully, waking often to the sounds of the old lookout creaking in the wind. The structure sat on stilts, rising above the treeline for optimal visibility. In winter storms, it swayed perceptibly. During one such awakening, I noticed the coffee mug I'd left on the table had moved to the center of the room. I blamed my own foggy memory, though I couldn't recall moving it. By morning, I'd convinced myself the voice on the radio had been a random transmission from some distant station, garbled by static into something resembling my name. I went about my daily routine, checking the solar batteries that powered the lookout, measuring the snow accumulation, and documenting weather conditions in the logbook. The lookout itself was a single 20 by 20 foot room with windows on all sides, offering a panoramic view of mountain ridges and valleys. A small wood stove occupied one corner, a narrow cot another. A basic kitchen setup, table, and chair completed the sparse furnishings. The walls were lined with maps, wildlife identification charts, and photographs of past caretakers dating back to the 1930s. It was while studying these photographs that afternoon that I first felt truly unsettled. Each image showed solitary men and women, serious-faced figures from different eras, all standing in front of this same lookout. But one photograph from 1976 caught my attention. The caretaker, a bearded man in his 30s, wasn't looking at the camera. His gaze was directed upward, toward something above the lookout. The expression on his face was one of unmistakable horror. According to the small brass plaque beneath the photo, his name was Thomas Blackwood, the tower's namesake. The plaque included two dates, 1942 to 1976. I turned away from the wall of photos and busied myself with splitting more firewood. The temperature was dropping rapidly as night approached. The forecast called for a significant storm system, which might leave me truly isolated for days. I stocked the woodpile inside, checked my supplies, and settled in with a dog-eared paperback I'd found on the small bookshelf. The book was a journal kept by a ranger from the 1950s. I flipped through pages of mundane observations about weather patterns and wildlife sightings until a passage caught my eye. March 18, 1953, heard strange noises from the roof again last night, like something heavy being dragged across the shingles. Forest Service insists the lookout is structurally sound, but these disturbances are becoming more frequent. The radio keeps turning on by itself. Static only, but sometimes I think I hear voices. I closed the journal, suddenly aware of how quiet the lookout had become. Even the wind had died down, leaving an unnatural stillness. I glanced at the weather radio. Its power light was on, though I didn't remember turning it on. Only soft static emanated from the speaker. Then the light bulb above me flickered once, twice, and went out. Power outages weren't uncommon at the lookout. The solar system was old, and winter days provided minimal charging. I reached for my flashlight and walked to the electrical panel to check the breakers. That's when I heard it. A slow, deliberate scraping sound coming from directly above me, like something heavy being dragged across the roof. I stood motionless, flashlight beam trembling slightly as I aimed it toward the ceiling. The noise moved from one end of the roof to the other, then stopped at the edge. After a moment of silence, there came a series of taps against the window glass. Light at first, then increasingly insistent. "Hello," I called out. "Is someone there?" The tapping stopped immediately. I moved toward the window, playing my flashlight across the observation deck outside. Fresh snow covered the railings, unmarred by footprints. Nothing moved in the darkness beyond. The light fixture overhead suddenly buzzed and came back to life. I exhaled slowly, not realizing I'd been holding my breath. The radio chose that moment to burst into static, so loud that I jumped. I rushed over and turned the volume down, then switched it off completely. As I stood there with my hands still on the radio dial, I noticed something that made my skin prickle with gooseflesh. The weather logbook, which I'd left closed on the table, was now open. Not only open, but open to a specific page with a single entry circled in red ink. January 17th, 1976. It knows I see it now. God help me, it's coming inside. If anyone finds this, do not stay at night. The Blackwood family's sin. The entry ended there, the pen stroke trailing off the page. The handwriting was jagged, panicked. Below it was a crude drawing of a tall, elongated figure standing on the observation deck, its arms impossibly long, fingers splayed against the glass. My mouth went dry. January 17th, 1976. The date Thomas Blackwood died. I slammed the logbook shut and backed away. The wind had picked up again, howling around the lookout with renewed intensity. Snow pelted the windows like tiny fists demanding entry. I needed to leave. Storm or no storm, I couldn't stay here. I grabbed my emergency pack and threw in essential supplies: water, food, first aid kit, spare batteries. As I moved frantically around the small space, gathering my things, The temperature in the lookout plummeted. My breath fogged in front of my face. The wood in the stove, which had been burning steadily, suddenly went out with a soft whoosh, as if extinguished by an unseen hand. The darkness that filled the lookout then was absolute. My flashlight, which had been working perfectly, flickered and died. Even the faint glow of the instrument panels on the weather station winked out. In that perfect blackness, I heard breathing. Not my own. This was slower, deeper, like something large drawing air through a constricted space. It came from the corner where my cot stood. I fumbled in my pocket for matches, struck one with shaking hands. The small flame illuminated only a few feet around me, but it was enough to see that the cot was now occupied. The figure lay there, covered by my sleeping bag. It was too tall for the cot, its feet extending well past the end. The shape under the blanket was wrong, the proportions inhuman. As I stood paralyzed with terror, the figure slowly sat up, the sleeping bag sliding away to reveal not a face, but a shadowy absence where a face should be. The match burned my fingers. I dropped it with a cry, plunging the room back into darkness. I ran blindly for where I knew the door to be, colliding with furniture, sending items crashing to the floor. My fingers found the doorknob, twisted it, pulled. The door wouldn't open. James! The voice was no longer coming through the radio. It was directly behind me, a dry whisper like dead leaves being crushed. You shouldn't ignore the warnings. I yanked harder on the door, throwing my shoulder against it. With a sudden give, it flew open, and I stumbled out onto the observation deck. Snow and wind lashed at my face as I made for the stairs that led down from the lookout. The beam of a flashlight caught me from below, momentarily blinding me. "Hello up there," called a human voice. "Caretaker? You all right?" Relief flooded through me. A forest ranger stood at the base of the stairs. Illuminated by the flashlight I now saw was mounted on his heavy parka. "We need to leave," I shouted over the wind. "Right now. Storm's too dangerous," he called back. "I can't drive back down the mountain tonight. Was coming to check on you." Radio tower said they lost contact. I glanced back at the darkened lookout, then down at the ranger. Safety in numbers, I thought. Whatever was happening, having another person present would help. "Come up," I beckoned. "But be careful." The ranger's name was Peterson. He stomped snow from his boots as he entered the lookout, seemingly oblivious to the malevolence I'd experienced minutes before. The power had mysteriously returned, though the wood stove remained cold. "Nice setup you've got," he commented, looking around. "Been caretaking long?" "Just started," I said, still shaken. "Listen, something strange is happening here. I think we should both leave in the morning." Peterson raised an eyebrow. "What kind of strange?" I hesitated. How could I explain without sounding insane? The voice on the radio, the logbook, the figure on my cot. "I think something happened to the previous caretaker," I said finally. "Thomas Blackwood. He died here in 1976. Peterson's expression changed subtly. "You've been reading the old logs?" And I found his photo on the wall. He looked terrified of something. Peterson moved to the wall of photographs, scanning until he found Blackwood's image. "Ha," he said. "Never noticed that before. Been coming up here for 15 years, and I never really looked at his face." "There's more," I continued, emboldened by his interest. "I've been hearing things, seeing things move. And the radio." As if on cue, the weather radio switched on by itself, emitting a burst of static before settling into a rhythmic hiss. Peterson frowned and moved to turn it off. "Old equipment," he said with a shrug. "Wiring goes bad in these places." "It said my name," I insisted. "Earlier today." Peterson studied me for a long moment. "Look, isolation does things to people. I've seen it before with winter caretakers. Your mind plays tricks." I wanted to believe him, wanted desperately for there to be a rational explanation. But then my eyes fell on something behind him that made my blood run cold. The logbook was open again, and new words were appearing on the page as we watched. Red ink spreading across the paper as if an invisible hand were writing. He's not who he says he is. Peterson followed my gaze, saw the logbook, saw the fresh writing. His face went blank. "What the hell is this?" he whispered. "Some kind of joke?" I backed away from him, suddenly uncertain. "Who are you really?" I demanded. Peterson's eyes narrowed. "I told you, forest ranger, just like I've been for 20 years. He took a step toward me. "You're the one acting strange, caretaker." The radio crackled again. Through the static, a voice. Not my name this time, but a complete sentence. "He died with the others." Peterson lunged for the radio and yanked its power cord from the wall. The static continued uninterrupted. "That's not possible," he muttered, staring at the disconnected cord in his hand. I used his momentary distraction to edge toward the shelf where I'd seen a dusty photo album earlier. Something was nagging at me, a thought I couldn't quite grasp. I flipped open the album, turning pages rapidly until I found what I was looking for. A group photo of forest rangers from 1997. Peterson was there, looking exactly as he did now, not a day younger. "You haven't aged," I said, turning the album toward him. "In 25 years. Peterson's face underwent a strange transformation. Fear, then resignation, then something else entirely. A smile that was too wide, too fixed. "You shouldn't have come here in winter," he said. His voice altered, deeper now. "No one's supposed to be here in winter. Just me." The lights began to flicker, casting his face in alternating light and shadow. With each flash, his features seemed to shift slightly, becoming less human. "What are you?" I whispered. "Just the caretaker," he replied. "The permanent caretaker." The room temperature plummeted. My exhaled breath clouded between us. Outside, the storm intensified, snow and ice pelting the windows with increasing fury. Peterson, or whatever was wearing Peterson's form, moved toward the door and locked it with deliberate slowness. "You know too much now, just like Thomas did." I backed away, searching frantically for a weapon. My hand closed around a heavy flashlight. "The Blackwood family founded this place." The thing that wasn't Peterson continued conversationally. "Built the first lookout tower in 1898. Did you know that?" "Of course you didn't. They built it to watch for something very specific." "What?" I found myself asking despite my terror. "Me." The smile widened impossibly. "They bound me here with blood sacrifice. Thomas tried to undo it when he discovered the truth. Poor Thomas. He thought setting me free was the moral choice." The entity stepped closer, and in the flickering light, I could see its form becoming less solid, more shadow than substance. "I can never leave this mountain," it said, "but I have my little compensations." I swung the flashlight with all my strength, aiming for its head. It passed through nothing but air as the figure dissolved into black mist. The flashlight flew from my grasp and shattered the window behind where it had stood. Cold air and snow rushed in through the broken glass. The mist that had been Peterson swirled in the draft, then reformed by the wood stove. "Every few years they send someone new," it said. "Someone who doesn't know. Someone alone. The Forest Service covers it up, keeps sending replacements. Easier than admitting what's happening here." My mind raced. The broken window offered a potential escape route, but the drop was 30 feet to rocky ground. The stairs were on the other side of the entity. "What do you want?" I asked, trying to buy time. "Company," it replied simply. "It gets lonely up here." Pause. "And I get hungry." The shadows in the corners of the room began to move, stretching toward me like grasping fingers. The radio static grew louder, resolving into multiple voices, whispering, pleading, screaming. I recognized the cadence of my own voice among them. With sudden clarity, I understood. This thing, whatever it was, existed in more than one timeline simultaneously. In some version of events, I was already dead, my voice added to its collection. I had to change the outcome. My gaze fell on the wood stove. The entity had positioned itself there deliberately, I realized. The iron stove with its arcane symbols wasn't just for heat. It was the anchor point for whatever ritual the Blackwood family had performed. The point of binding, I reached into my pocket for my lighter and flicked it alive. The entity's formless face snapped toward the small flame, its substance recoiling slightly. "Fire won't save you," it said, but there was uncertainty in its voice now. "Maybe not," I agreed. "But I wonder what happens if I destroy your anchor?" I pulled my emergency flares from my pack and ignited one. Brilliant red light filled the lookout, causing the shadowy mass to shrink back with a sound like steam escaping a kettle. "Stop!" it hissed. I threw the flare directly at the wood stove, where it bounced off and landed on the logbook. The pages caught immediately, bright flames leaping up and illuminating symbols carved into the underside of the stove that I hadn't noticed before. Ancient-looking sigils and geometric patterns. The entity shrieked, a sound that resonated at a frequency that made my teeth vibrate and ears bleed. The shadows throughout the room convulsed, stretching and contracting violently. I lit another flare and held it before me like a talisman as I edged toward the broken window. The fire from the logbook was spreading to the wooden floor, feeding on decades-old timber dried by countless winters. "You can't leave." The thing snarled, its form fluctuating between human and something tall and spectral. "None of you ever leave." The voices from the radio grew louder, a cacophony of terror and pain. Among them now, I could clearly hear Thomas Blackwood. "Burn it all down. It's the only way." I made my decision in that moment of clarity. I wasn't just fighting for my survival. I was fighting to end an ancient cycle of death. I threw the second flare at the base of the wall where the old photographs hung. The dry wood caught quickly. Within seconds, flames were climbing toward the ceiling. The entity howled, its form dissolving and reforming as it tried to reach me through the expanding ring of fire. I backed toward the window, the cold night air at my back. "You'll die out there," it screamed, its voice no longer remotely human. "The storm, the fall. You'll never make it down the mountain." Maybe not. But burning with the lookout wasn't an option either. As smoke filled the small space and flames consumed the floor between us, I made one final, desperate move. I grabbed the radio, still emitting its chorus of trapped voices, and hurled it into the heart of the fire engulfing the wood stove. The result was immediate and catastrophic. A concussive wave of energy burst from the stove, knocking me backward through the broken window. I felt glass cutting my skin, then the sensation of falling. The last thing I saw before darkness took me was the lookout tower erupting in a column of unnatural green flame that reached toward the storm clouds above. I woke 3 days later in a hospital in the nearest town. Severe hypothermia, multiple fractures, and a concussion, but alive. The nurse told me a search and rescue team had found me half buried in snow at the base of the mountain, nearly frozen but somehow still breathing. Of the Blackwood Ridge Fire lookout, nothing remained but a blackened skeleton of metal supports. The official report cited a lightning strike during the winter storm as the probable cause of the fire. No one mentioned Ranger Peterson. When I asked, they gave me strange looks and said no ranger by that name had worked in the district for at least 2 decades. The last Peterson had died in a hiking accident in 1997. I didn't press the issue. They released me from the hospital a week later. Before leaving town, I visited the local historical society, searching for information about the Blackwood family and the original construction of the lookout. The elderly curator was initially reluctant to discuss the subject, but eventually relented. The Blackwoods weren't just settlers, she told me in hushed tones. They were practitioners of old arts. Some called them witches, but that's simplistic. They came here following something, or fleeing from it, depending on who you ask. She showed me a faded photograph of the original Blackwood patriarch standing before the first iteration of the lookout in 1898. In his hand was a book bound in dark leather. Looking closely, I could make out symbols etched into its cover, the same symbols I'd seen beneath the wood stove. "They bound something there," she confirmed, seeing the recognition in my eyes. Something that had followed them across the ocean. The binding required payment. Regular payment. "Human sacrifice," I whispered. She nodded grimly. "Every caretaker was chosen carefully. Always someone alone in the world. Someone who wouldn't be missed. Just like me, I thought. No family since Sarah died." no close friends, the perfect candidate. But Thomas Blackwood tried to end it, I said. The curator's eyes widened slightly. How did you know that? I didn't answer her question. Did he succeed? She looked away. The family thought so. After his death, the sacrifices stopped. But the disappearances didn't. As I turned to leave, she caught my arm. There's something else you should know, she said. The Blackwood binding wasn't just to contain the entity. It was to protect us from what it guards. Guards. There's something buried under that mountain. Something ancient. The entity was its warden, not the primary threat. Her grip tightened, and now there's nothing holding it back. I left town that day and haven't returned. But sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I hear static on electronics nearby. And through that static, voices, some familiar, some not, all saying the same thing. It's coming. Last week, I found a symbol carved into my bedroom door. One of the same arcane sigils from beneath the wood stove. I didn't put it there. And yesterday, my phone rang at exactly 3:17 a.m. When I answered, I heard only the sound of wood creaking in wind. The Blackwood Ridge Fire lookout may be gone, but whatever was bound there isn't. I destroyed its prison, not the entity itself. And now I can't shake the feeling that it's watching me, following me, waiting. Sometimes I wake up with the taste of ash in my mouth and the certainty that in some other timeline, I never escaped that mountain at all. That the person writing these words is not entirely me, but something wearing my memories like a borrowed coat. If you're reading this and you receive an offer for an isolated caretaker position, anywhere, don't take it. Some forms of solitude come with unwanted company. And if you hear your name whispered through static, don't answer. Don't even listen. Just run. It started with the radio. 5 weeks into my winter position as station keeper at Blackwater Observatory, 7,000 feet up in the Cascade Mountains, I woke at 3:17 a.m. to static crackling through the small transistor radio I kept on my nightstand. As consciousness rushed in, so did the bitter cold. The heating had failed again. But that wasn't what had woken me. Through the harsh white noise came a voice. Not a broadcast voice, not a DJ or announcer. Something else entirely. William, it whispered, using my name in a way that felt intimate, familiar. William, I see you. I bolted upright, heart hammering against my ribs. The radio should have been off. I always switched it off before sleep. The battery life was precious here, with deliveries so infrequent. My fingers fumbled to the knob and twisted it. The static continued. I pressed the power button. Nothing changed. Finally, I yanked the batteries out, my hands trembling despite the cold. The whispering stopped, but the silence that followed felt heavier, more present than before. Just interference, I muttered to myself, setting the gutted radio back on the nightstand. Mountain weather playing tricks with frequencies. But as I lay back down, pulling the wool blankets tight against the frigid air, the explanation rang hollow. Even emptied of batteries, the radio seemed to hum with potential energy. And though I tried to dismiss it, I couldn't shake the sensation that something, had spoken directly to me, had reached across some unfathomable distance just to whisper my name. The Blackwater Atmospheric Observatory had been built in 1926, a squat concrete structure perched on the edge of a cliff overlooking an ancient glacial valley. Originally staffed by a team of meteorologists and astronomers, budget cuts had reduced the operation to a single caretaker who maintained the aging equipment during the brutal winter months when the access road became impassable. That caretaker was me, a graduate student in meteorology who'd taken the position more out of desperation than interest. 6 months of isolation, but room and board provided, plus a modest stipend. After my academic advisor's unexpected death had left my dissertation in limbo and my funding evaporated, it seemed like the perfect escape. The observatory consisted of the main building, a circular concrete structure housing the observation deck, equipment rooms, and my small apartment, and a detached powerhouse that contained the generator, fuel reserves, and ancient boiler system. A narrow covered walkway connected the two, essential during blizzards when stepping outside meant risking disorientation in whiteout conditions. Nothing in the brief orientation had prepared me for the isolation. The nearest town, Morrison, was 40 miles down a winding mountain road, now buried under 15 feet of snow. My only contact with the outside world was a satellite phone for emergencies and weekly check-ins, plus the radio for weather updates and occasional music to break the monotony. The day after the radio incident, I tried to focus on my tasks, recording temperature readings, maintaining the aging atmospheric measurement instruments, and keeping the generator running. But an unsettling feeling had taken residence in my stomach, like I was being observed. I kept catching movement at the corners of my vision, a shadow slipping behind a door, a shape reflected in a window. But each time I turned, nothing was there, just the endless snow outside and my own reflection, increasingly haggard, staring back. That night, I couldn't bring myself to plug the batteries back into the radio. Instead, I lay awake, listening to the wind howl around the concrete walls, carrying with it something that sounded almost like distant laughter. On the third day, I found the photograph. I was searching through the storage room for a replacement belt for one of the air samplers when I noticed a cardboard box that seemed out of place, partially hidden behind a stack of technical manuals. When I pulled it out, a musty odor struck me, the smell of things long undisturbed. Inside were personnel files dating back decades. I shouldn't have looked, but curiosity overcame professional ethics. I flipped through them, pausing at a yellowed envelope marked Incident Report, December 1976. Inside was a single black and white photograph and a typed memo. The photograph showed 5 men standing in front of the observatory, for war standard weather service uniforms, smiling at the camera. The 5th man stood slightly apart, his face blurred not by motion but by what looked like a strange distortion in the film itself, as if his features were being actively erased even as the picture was taken. The memo was brief. Following unexplained equipment malfunctions and the disappearance of junior meteorologist Thomas Reeves, winter operations at Blackwater Station will be suspended pending investigation. All personnel to evacuate by December 15th. Station to remain on automated monitoring until further notice. I stared at the photograph, particularly at the blurred figure. Something about that distortion seemed familiar, like a visual representation of the whisper I'd heard on the radio. My fingers trembled as I returned everything to the box. That evening, I tried the satellite phone. I needed to hear another human voice, even if just the gruff tones of my supervisor down in the regional office. But the line was dead. Not even a dial tone, just a hollow absence. I told myself it was the weather. I didn't sleep that night. Every creak of the old building settling, every moan of wind through the observation towers, seemed freighted with meaning. Around 2 a.m., I walked the full circuit of the observatory, checking locks, testing the generator, anything to convince myself I was still in control. In the main observation room, where ceiling-high windows provided a 360-degree view of the surrounding mountains, I stood transfixed by my own reflection against the night-blackened glass. Behind me, all the instrument panels glowed with their familiar lights, steady and reassuring, until one by one they began to flicker. Not from power fluctuations, I checked the generator. They flickered in sequence, like someone was moving from panel to panel, touching each light as they passed. The hair on my arms stood up as the pattern of flickering lights made a complete circle around the room, ending directly behind where I stood. I couldn't move. In the window reflection, I could see only myself and the now steady instrument lights. But the crushing certainty that something stood directly behind me, close enough that I should feel its breath on my neck, kept me frozen in place. "Who's there?" I finally managed, my voice cracking. The radio on the desk across the room crackled to life, though I knew it was unplugged. "William," came the whisper, louder than before. "You found me." I ran, stumbling back to my quarters, slamming and locking the door behind me. I pushed my desk against it for good measure. Sleep was impossible, so I sat on my bed, back against the wall, waiting for dawn, though I knew the weak winter sunlight would bring little comfort. The next day, I discovered the journal. While frantically searching for tools to repair the satellite phone, which I'd convinced myself had simply malfunctioned. I found a leather-bound notebook wedged behind a file cabinet in the communications room. The handwriting inside was cramped and increasingly erratic, dated December 1976. It belonged to Thomas Reeves. December 2nd, third night of strange equipment readings. Henderson thinks it's just the new barometer calibration, but the fluctuations are too regular, almost like a pattern. December 4th, recorded voices on the radio equipment again. Not broadcast, something else. Carlson heard it too this time. December 7th, found old geological surveys of the mountain. Before they built this place, locals called it Whispering Peak, said the wind carried voices of the dead. Superstitious nonsense, but I can't stop thinking about it. December 9th, it knows my name. I hear it everywhere now, in the static, in the wind, in the silence when I try to sleep. The others think I'm losing my mind. December 11th, I've seen it now, in reflections, standing behind me. When I turn, nothing's there. But in the glass, I can see it clearly. Not human. Never was. December 12th, the others are evacuating tomorrow. I'm staying. I have to know. It's showing me things, impossible things. Doorways where no doors exist. It wants to show me where it came from. The final entry was just one line, written in shaky capitals. It's in the walls. Always been here. Watching. I dropped the journal as if it had burned me. My breathing came in shallow gasps as I connected the journal entries to my own experiences. The radio, the reflections, the sense of being watched. I wasn't the first, and Thomas Reeves had never left the observatory. A sudden crash from the observation deck sent me racing down the corridor. The massive thermograph that had been bolted to the floor for decades now lay shattered against the far wall, as if thrown by tremendous force. As I stood staring at the destruction, every light in the building went out at once. The emergency generators kicked in seconds later, but those moments of perfect darkness were enough. In that blackness, I felt it brush past me. Not a physical touch, but a disturbance in the air, like something large and cold slipping by, bringing with it the smell of ozone and decay. When the lights returned, I was alone in the room. But now I knew with absolute certainty. I had never been alone in this place. The next 72 hours became a blur of escalating phenomena. Sleep was impossible as the entity, I couldn't think of it any other way now, made itself increasingly known. Objects moved when I wasn't looking. Small things at first. My coffee mug relocated to unlikely places. My notebook flipped open to random pages. Then larger manifestations. Furniture rearranged while I showered, equipment torn from walls and reassembled in bizarre configurations. The temperature fluctuated wildly. Rooms would plunge to sub-freezing levels in minutes, my breath clouding before me, only to become stiflingly hot moments later. The smell of rot and chemicals permeated everything, even the food I tried to eat. Most disturbing were the reflections. In every window, every glossy surface, I caught glimpses of a figure standing behind me. Tall, emaciated, with a face that seemed to shift and blur when I tried to focus on it. Exactly like the figure in the old photograph. When I turned, nothing was there, but the certainty of its presence grew stronger each time. I barricaded myself in my quarters on the fourth night, pushing my bed against the door and wedging a chair under the handle. I'd found a flashlight with fresh batteries and kept it clutched in my hand, unwilling to trust the observatory's power system. Around midnight, the knocking began. Not on the door, on the walls. A steady, deliberate tapping that moved around the room's perimeter, as if something was circling, testing for weaknesses. When it reached the small window, the glass frosted over instantly, crackling as ice patterns formed. A finger, impossibly long and thin, pressed against the outside of the glass, leaving a clear impression as it dragged downward, cutting through the frost. It began to trace letters. C-O-M-E-S-C-E. See what? I whispered, immediately regretting giving it a response. The radio on my nightstand switched on, though I'd removed both batteries and power cord. What I found, the voice whispered, no longer just in the radio but seeming to emanate from the walls themselves. What I became. The window shattered inward, sending glass shards across the room. The bitter mountain air rushed in, but with it came something else. A presence that filled the space, pressing against me from all sides. The flashlight flickered and died, plunging me into darkness. I ran, abandoning everything. I threw myself against the barricaded door until it gave way, then sprinted down the corridor toward the main entrance. I had to get out, even if it meant facing the lethal cold of the mountain night. As I reached the entrance hall, every door in the observatory slammed shut simultaneously. Then, one by one, they began to open and close, faster and faster, creating a deafening rhythm that matched my racing heartbeat. The floor beneath me trembled, and suddenly, directly in front of me, a new door appeared, one that had never existed before. It materialized in the previously solid concrete wall, ancient wooden planks bound with rusted iron, moisture seeping from its frame. It swung open slowly, revealing not the snowy exterior of the mountain, but a yawning darkness that seemed to have physical weight and dimension. The smell that poured from it was primordial: wet stone, mineral deposits, and something else, something ancient and patient. "I found the way through," the voice said, now sounding directly behind me. "In the mountain, the old passageways. They've always been here, William, waiting to be found." I turned, finally facing what had been stalking me. Thomas Reeves, or what had once been Thomas Reeves, stood before me. His form flickered like a bad transmission, alternating between a gaunt, bearded man in a weathered uniform and something altogether different, elongated, with too many joints, its face a constantly shifting blur of features. Both versions occupied the same space simultaneously. "What are you?" I managed to ask. "Becoming..." The thing that had been Reeves answered, its voice resonating from multiple points in the room. "It takes time, decades, but worth it. The passage works both ways, you see. Things can come through, and we can go in." It gestured toward the impossible door with a hand that kept changing shape, from human fingers to something resembling thin, jointed branches. "Your turn to find what I found. Your turn to become." It lunged forward, not walking but seeming to glitch across the space between us, like frames missing from a film. I felt cold, desiccated hands close around my arms with impossible strength. In desperation, I slammed my head forward, connecting with what should have been its face. The thing recoiled, more in surprise than pain, its form flickering more rapidly between human and other. I broke free and ran, not toward the entrance but toward the one place I thought might still be safe: the powerhouse. The covered walkway swayed violently as I sprinted through it, the wind outside reaching hurricane force. Behind me, I heard the thing moving, its footsteps irregular, sometimes sounding directly beside me despite nothing being there. I reached the powerhouse and slammed the heavy door, engaging the industrial lock. The small building hummed with the sound of the generator. I searched frantically for a weapon, finding only a wrench and a can of kerosene used for the emergency heaters. An idea formed, a terrible one. The radio crackled to life on the workbench. "Doors won't stop me, William. Nothing stops me now. I am inside the walls, inside the mountain." The temperature in the powerhouse plummeted. Frost patterns, identical to those on my bedroom window, began forming on the inside of the door. The metal groaned as something pressed against it from outside. I made my decision. Working quickly, I opened the fuel line to the generator and let it pour onto the floor. I added the kerosene, creating a spreading pool around the machinery. The metal door began to dent inward, buckling under impossible pressure. "William," the voice came from everywhere now, "you can't destroy it. The passage remains. Always remains." "Maybe," I said, striking a match from the emergency kit, "but you need this place, this technology, these reflections and radios. That's how you reach through, isn't it? How you manifest." The pounding on the door became frantic. "Without the observatory, you're just a ghost story, a local legend about a mountain." I dropped the match. The explosion knocked me unconscious. I awoke in snow, having been blown clear of the powerhouse through a shattered window. The entire structure was engulfed in flames, which were quickly spreading to the covered walkway and would soon reach the main observatory. Dazed and injured, I began the impossible journey down the mountain on foot. The blinding snowstorm should have killed me within hours. That it didn't is the only reason I question my own sanity in the events I've described. They found me 3 days later, severely hypothermic but alive, having somehow navigated 40 miles of treacherous mountain terrain in whiteout conditions with no equipment or proper clothing. Impossible, the rescue leader kept saying. It's impossible you made it this far. The official report ruled that equipment malfunction had caused the fire that destroyed the Blackwater Observatory. With no funding to rebuild, the site was abandoned, the mountaintop left to the elements. I never told the full story to the authorities. Who would believe me? Instead, I finished my degree, took a teaching position at a small university far from mountains, and tried to forget. But some nights, my radio turns itself on. Static at first, then a familiar whisper. William, I'm rebuilding, one piece at a time. And sometimes, when I glimpse myself in a mirror or window, I see someone standing behind me. Someone whose face seems to blur and shift when I try to focus on it. When I turn, no one is there, but the reflection remains, watching me with what I now recognize as patience. Infinite patience. Last week, I found a new door in my apartment, one that could not exist in the building's architecture. It waits, sealed for now, moisture seeping from its frame. I've started to experience missing time, hours that disappear, strange bruises on my arms where something gripped too tight, notes in my journal that I don't remember writing, and sometimes, catching my reflection unaware, I notice my own face beginning to blur. Takes time, he said, decades, but I don't think I have decades left, because whatever came through that door in the mountain, whatever Thomas Reeves found or became, it isn't confined to Blackwater Observatory anymore. It's here with me, always watching, always waiting, always whispering my name. I still wake up some nights with the taste of copper in my mouth. Not blood, I know that taste all too well now, but something older. Something that reminds me of licking batteries as a child. That metallic zing that shoots through your teeth and down your spine. It's the taste of fear, I've decided. The taste of what happens when the world stops making sense. It was late September when I first arrived at the abandoned radio tower facility. The autumn air had that crisp edge to it, carrying the scent of dying leaves and wood smoke from distant cabins. I convinced myself this was exactly what I needed. 3 months of solitude to finish my dissertation, living as the caretaker of this decommissioned complex while the Forestry Service decided its fate. The facility sat perched on Black Rock Ridge, 40 miles from the nearest town. Built in the 1950s as part of some long-forgotten military communications network, it had been repurposed several times before being abandoned in the early 2000s. The main building was a squat, brutalist concrete structure with small windows and a flat roof. Behind it rose the radio tower itself, a skeletal metal giant that creaked and moaned in the wind. Around these were scattered several smaller outbuildings, storage sheds, a generator house, and what might have once been barracks for personnel. The Forest Service rep who drove me up had seemed eager to leave. Generators diesel. Tank should last you about a month before you need to call for a refill, he'd said, handing me a satellite phone. Cell reception's spotty up here. Radio works sometimes. Storms coming through can knock everything out for days. Perfect, I'd replied, not bothering to hide my enthusiasm for the isolation. Sure, he'd said, eyes darting to the radio tower looming above us. Just remember, nearest help is an hour away in good weather. He'd hesitated before adding, place has a bit of a reputation, people reporting weird stuff, probably just the wind playing tricks. I'd nodded politely, attributing his unease to the remote location. I'd spent summers alone in fire watchtowers. Solitude didn't frighten me. I was wrong. The first incident happened 3 days after I arrived. I had settled into a comfortable routine. Wake at dawn, work on my dissertation until noon, explore the grounds or hike in the afternoon, then more writing until I fell asleep. The facility had electricity and running water, though the latter ran rust-colored for several seconds before clearing up. The main building had been converted to a research station at some point, with a decent kitchen, bathroom, and 3 small bedrooms. I'd chosen the one farthest from the entrance, enjoying the cocoon-like quality of its windowless walls. That third night, I was deep in sleep when a sound cut through my consciousness. Sharp, mechanical, and utterly foreign to the nighttime sounds I'd grown accustomed to. A telephone ringing. I sat bolt upright, disoriented. The sound continued, a harsh analog ring from another era. I fumbled for my flashlight, heart pounding as I tried to place the source. There was no landline in the bedroom, but the ringing seemed to be coming from somewhere inside the room. Following the sound, I discovered an old rotary phone mounted to the wall behind a filing cabinet. I hadn't noticed it before, hadn't even moved the cabinet away from the wall. The black Bakelite handset vibrated slightly with each ring. I stared at it, puzzled and still half asleep, before reaching out to answer. "Hello!" My voice cracked from disuse. Silence on the other end. Then faintly what sounded like breathing. "Who is this?" I demanded, more annoyed than frightened. The breathing continued, and then a sound like rushing water, growing louder until it became a roar that forced me to pull the receiver from my ear. When I cautiously returned it, I heard what sounded like a voice, distant and distorted, saying something I couldn't quite make out. The only word that came through clearly was "coming." The line went dead. I replaced the handset, trying to rationalize what had happened. The phone shouldn't have worked. Who would maintain service to an abandoned facility? Perhaps it was crossed wires, picking up a conversation from somewhere else. Or maybe it was never disconnected from an internal system. But as I ran my fingers along the wall, I realized there was no phone jack, no wires connecting the device to anything. The phone hung there, impossibly functional, in a room where I'd been sleeping for 3 nights without noticing its existence. I tried to go back to sleep, but couldn't quiet my mind. When the first pale light of dawn broke through the small window in the hallway, I returned to examine the phone more carefully. It was gone. The wall behind the filing cabinet was bare. Not even a mounting bracket or screw holes to suggest anything had ever been there. I might have convinced myself it was a dream if not for what happened the next day. I was in the main room, a large open space that had once held desks and equipment but now contained only my makeshift work area, when I heard paper rustling behind me. I turned to see a single sheet from my dissertation floating through the air, not falling but moving horizontally, as if carried by invisible hands. I watched, frozen, as the paper drifted across the room and settled onto a dusty shelf. When I retrieved it, I found a perfect rust-colored handprint in the center of the page. A rational explanation presented itself. The windows were old and drafty. The facility's water was full of iron oxide. Clearly, I'd left the page on a rusty surface, and a gust of wind had carried it. I almost believed it, especially after confirming that none of the text was missing or altered. But later that evening, while heating soup on the small stove, I heard something that shattered my rational explanations. My name, spoken clearly, directly behind me. Michael! I spun around, heart racing, but the room was empty. My name isn't Michael. The incidents escalated gradually. Objects moved when I wasn't looking. Not just small things like pens or books, but my heavy backpack, my laptop, even the couch I'd been sleeping on after abandoning the bedroom. I'd find them in bizarre locations, balanced precariously on railings, stacked in perfect towers, or arranged in patterns that almost resembled letters. The rust became a constant presence. It formed in perfect circles on the floor each morning, spiraled up the shower walls, appeared as handprints and smears on surfaces I'd just cleaned. The water began to run red continuously, carrying with it a metallic smell that pervaded the facility. I started keeping a log, trying to document everything to maintain my sanity. Looking back at these entries now, I can trace my descent. From skepticism to concern to terror. Day 6. Found all kitchen chairs stacked to ceiling. Impossible to reach that height without ladder. Wind through broken window. Day 8. Footsteps on roof all night. Checked outside. No tracks in morning dew. Satellite phone dead. Battery drained completely though was charged yesterday. Day 10. Something breathing in empty rooms. Sound follows me. Rust patterns forming words now. Look like stay or stray, can't tell. Day 12. Found old personnel files in cabinet that wasn't there yesterday. All records of someone named Michael Kaczynski, researcher stationed here 1976 to 1977. Last page only says incident report, classified with black redactions. The personnel file disturbed me deeply. The facility had been actively used when Kaczynski was here. The photos showed equipment, other staff, normal operations. But his face had been scratched out of every photograph with what looked like ragged fingernails. The paper beneath these scratches was stained with rust. I tried the satellite phone daily, but it remained dead. The radio produced only static, occasionally broken by what sounded like fragments of old transmissions. Weather reports, call signs, and once, a child's laughter that continued far too long. I began to avoid sleeping. When exhaustion claimed me, I'd wake to find myself in different locations than where I'd fallen asleep. Once on the roof, once in the generator house, and most terrifyingly, once at the base of the radio tower, my fingers bloody from apparently climbing its metal framework. The true horror began on what I calculated was my 15th day. I'd been avoiding the small cellar beneath the main building, accessible only through a heavy hatch in the floor. Something about its perfect square darkness repelled me. But that morning, I woke to find the hatch open, a faint glow emanating from below. The rational part of my mind, the part still fighting for control, argued that I must have opened it myself, perhaps sleepwalking again. With flashlight in hand, I descended the metal ladder into the cellar. The space below was larger than I expected, stretching beyond the foundation of the building above. The walls were unfinished earth and stone, but the floor was concrete, stained dark with what I told myself was more rust. My flashlight beam revealed shelving units, old equipment, and boxes of files. And a door that structurally shouldn't exist. It was made of metal, heavily oxidized, with a small window at eye level. The glass was cloudy but intact. A padlock secured it, also consumed by rust. As I approached, the smell of copper intensified, making my eyes water. Through the small window, I could make out what appeared to be another room. No, a corridor, stretching impossibly far beneath the ridge. I reached for the padlock, telling myself I just needed to confirm it was locked, that I didn't actually intend to open the door. The metal was warm to the touch, almost hot, and crumbled beneath my fingers. The lock fell away in pieces. The door swung open of its own accord. The corridor beyond was dimly lit by bare bulbs hanging at irregular intervals. The walls were concrete, floor to ceiling, but with odd protrusions and recesses, as if the space had been carved rather than constructed. The air that wafted out was hot and metallic, carrying the copper taste I'd come to associate with the phenomena. Every instinct screamed at me to close the door, climb the ladder, and drive away from this place regardless of my research commitments. But something compelled me forward, curiosity, perhaps, or something less natural. I stepped across the threshold. The corridor stretched before me, gently curving to the right and descending deeper beneath the ridge. The concrete walls were stained with rust patterns that, under my flashlight beam, resembled cave paintings. Stick figures, geometric shapes, and what might have been writing in no alphabet I recognized. I followed the corridor for what felt like hours, but was likely only minutes. The temperature rose steadily, and condensation formed on the walls, tinted red and dripping slowly to the floor. The air grew thick, difficult to breathe. I came to a junction where the corridor split three ways. From the leftmost path came a sound, rhythmic, mechanical, like an old piece of equipment struggling to function. From the right, nothing but darkness. The middle path descended more steeply, and from it wafted that copper smell, stronger than ever. I chose the left path, following the mechanical sound. It led to a small chamber filled with ancient electronic equipment. Reel-to-reel tape machines, oscilloscopes, radio equipment, all apparently operational despite their age and condition. In the center of it all was a single microphone on a stand, connected to a recorder that turned slowly, the source of the rhythmic sound. I approached it cautiously. The tape was moving, recording something. I leaned toward the microphone and whispered, "Hello!" The machines continued their operation, undisturbed by my presence. I noticed a playback speaker in the corner and moved toward it, pressing the dusty button labeled Monitor. My blood froze as I heard my own voice through the speaker. Not the hello I'd just spoken, but conversations from days ago. My one-sided phone calls attempting to reach someone on the satellite phone. My frustrated muttering while working on my dissertation. Even my screams from a nightmare I'd had the previous night. It had been recording me the entire time. But that wasn't the worst of it. Between my own recorded utterances were other voices. Whispers, mostly, speaking too quickly or too faintly to make out clearly. And one voice, deeper than the others, repeatedly saying a name, Michael. I backed away from the equipment, my heart pounding. As I reached the doorway, all the machines stopped simultaneously. In the sudden silence, I heard breathing behind me. I ran. Racing back to the junction, I took the middle path without thinking, desperate to put distance between myself and whatever had been in that room. The descent was steeper here, the concrete giving way to rough-hewn stone. The copper smell grew overwhelming, and the temperature continued to rise until sweat poured down my face. The path ended abruptly at another door, this one made of wood so rotted it barely held together. Beyond it lay a circular chamber with a high domed ceiling. The walls were covered in the rust patterns, but here they were clearly intentional, elaborate designs surrounding what appeared to be a map. The map depicted the ridge and surrounding forest, with the facility clearly marked. But it showed other structures too, buildings that didn't exist, paths I hadn't seen, and at the center of it all, the radio tower, rendered in such detail that each metal strut was visible, but depicted with anatomical elements, as if it were partly alive. In the center of the chamber stood a table, and on it lay an open logbook. The pages were brittle with age but preserved somehow, the handwriting clear and precise. It was a journal, dated 1977, signed at the bottom of each entry, Dr. Michael Kaczynski. I began to read. March 15th, 1977. Signal persists at 270.03 megahertz. Unlike anything recorded before. Not random noise, patterns suggest intelligence. Superiors denying request for further investigation. Will proceed independently. April 2nd, 1977. Built specialized receiver. Signal strength increasing. Contains mathematical sequences, repeating in patterns. Certain frequencies induce unusual sensory experiences. Taste of metal, perception of movement where there is none. April 17th, 1977. Breakthrough. Signal contains embedded information. Images, sounds, perhaps more. Colleagues think I'm imagining things. They can't hear it. Why can I? May 30th, 1977. It knows I'm listening. Changed patterns when I entered room. Spelled my name in binary. Not coming from stars as I thought. Coming from below. The entries continued, documenting Kaczynski's growing obsession and the strange phenomena he experienced. Identical to what I had been witnessing. The final entry was dated October 7th, 1977. Has been speaking to me directly now. The signal isn't a transmission. It's a tear. Something coming through from somewhere else. The tower isn't receiving. It's a tuning fork, a doorway. They've ordered facility shutdown, equipment removal. Too late. It's in the metal now, in the ground, in the water. In me. I've started construction below. Proper home for what's coming. They don't understand what we've been given. I do. I'll be the first, but not the last. The journal ended there. I closed it with shaking hands and turned to leave, and found myself facing a figure in the doorway. It was human-shaped but wrong, the proportions slightly off. Its skin appeared metallic in the dim light, with a red-orange patina that shifted and flowed like liquid. Where its face should have been was a blank mask of rust. I stood frozen as it extended a hand toward me. Its fingers were too long, jointed in too many places, and ended in points rather than nails. The copper taste flooded my mouth, making me gag. Michael, it said, in that same deep voice from the recording. The sound didn't come from the figure, but seemed to emanate from the walls themselves, vibrating through my bones. I'm not Michael, I managed to whisper. The figure tilted its head at an impossible angle. Not yet. I dove past it, feeling something cold and sharp graze my arm as I fled back up the corridor. Behind me, I heard a sound like metal scraping against stone, growing louder as it pursued. I reached the junction and took the right path this time, running blindly into darkness. The passage narrowed, the ceiling lowering until I was forced to crouch, then crawl. The walls pressed in around me, the rough stone tearing at my clothes and skin. The copper taste was overwhelming now, filling my mouth and lungs until I could barely breathe. Just as claustrophobia threatened to paralyze me, the passage opened onto a larger space. In my panic, I tumbled forward, falling several feet before hitting hard-packed earth. My flashlight beam revealed a cavern, natural rather than man-made, with a ceiling lost in darkness above. And all around me, hanging from crude hooks embedded in the rock, were suits, dozens of them, made of what looked like human skin but with that same metallic, rust-colored patina. They hung empty, waiting, some newer looking than others. At the far end of the cavern, one appeared to be in the process of being made, stretched over a frame shaped like a human body. I recognized my own backpack nearby, the contents scattered across a stone table. My clothes, my toiletries, personal items I'd brought to make the facility feel more like home. From behind me came that scraping sound again, closer now. I spun around to see not one but three of the rust figures entering the cavern, moving with unnatural grace despite their rigid appearance. They spread out, blocking the only exit I could see. "Michael," they said in unison. "We've been waiting." The nearest one held something out to me, a photograph. Even in the dim light, I could see it was one of the images from Kaczynski's file, but unaltered. The face was visible now. It was mine. I looked from the photo to the skin suits hanging around the cavern and understood with sickening clarity. Kaczynski hadn't disappeared. He'd been remade, and whatever had worn him had worn others since, discarding each suit when it degraded too far, waiting for the next caretaker, the next isolated researcher, the next Michael. In desperation, I charged toward what looked like a natural crevice in the cavern wall. The figures pursued, moving faster than should have been possible, their rust limbs elongating as they reached for me. I squeezed through the crevice, feeling the sharp rock tear my skin, emerged into another corridor that sloped upward. Hope surged as I recognized the construction. This was part of the facility, perhaps another way into the cellar. I followed it upward, the metallic pursuers falling behind as the passage narrowed further. I burst through a rotted wooden door into what appeared to be one of the storage sheds I'd seen from outside but never entered. Dawn light filtered through dirty windows, momentarily blinding me after the darkness below. I didn't stop to orient myself, just ran for the door and out into the forest. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs gave out, collapsing in a clearing several miles from the facility. Only then did I examine the wound on my arm where the figure had touched me. A perfect rust-colored handprint that throbbed with its own heat. I made it back to civilization, though the journey nearly killed me. Exposure, dehydration, and the infected wound left me delirious by the time a park ranger found me wandering along a fire road. The official investigation found nothing unusual at the facility. No cellar, no hidden corridor, no evidence of anyone named Kaczynski ever working there. The personnel file vanished along with the journal. They attributed my experience to carbon monoxide poisoning from a malfunctioning generator, combined with isolation-induced psychosis. I might have believed them if not for two things. First, the handprint on my arm never healed. The doctors called it a severe chemical burn, but it remains rust-colored and warm to the touch, sometimes shifting slightly when I'm not looking directly at it. Second, the copper taste never left my mouth. It intensifies at night or when I'm near certain electronic devices, especially phones. They're starting to appear around me now, rotary phones in rooms where none existed before. I hear them ring when no one else does. Sometimes I answer despite knowing better. I hear breathing on the other end, then that rushing sound, and finally that deep voice calling a name that feels increasingly like my own. The rust patterns have begun forming on my bathroom mirror, my kitchen floor, the walls of my bedroom. Intricate designs that almost make sense if I stare at them long enough. Last week, I caught my reflection changing, the skin around my jaw looking momentarily metallic, with that familiar red-orange patina. I'm writing this as a warning, though I know how it sounds. I've checked myself into a facility, the irony doesn't escape me, but I don't think it will help. The doctors don't believe me, especially when I tell them about the corridor I found behind the utility room yesterday. The one that shouldn't exist, wafting that familiar copper smell. This morning, when the nurse called me for medication, she used the wrong name. She called me Michael. I think I answered. The buzzing began on the third night, a faint electric hum that rode just beneath the threshold of hearing, more vibration than sound. I was standing at the rain-streaked window of the lighthouse keeper's quarters, watching lightning illuminate the churning lake beyond the cliff's edge, when I first felt it crawling up my spine. I dismissed it as nerves. Anyone would be on edge after moving into a decommissioned lighthouse perched on the edge of Superior's most unforgiving shoreline, especially one that hadn't housed a keeper for nearly 30 years. But the Department of Natural Resources had been desperate for a seasonal ranger to monitor the protected shoreline, and I'd been equally desperate to escape the fragments of my former life after Sarah's death. The buzzing persisted, intensifying until I found myself pressing my palms against my ears. That's when I noticed the antique radio on the bookshelf, its dial glowing a faint amber despite being unplugged, its speaker emitting not the buzzing, but something far more disturbing. My name, whispered once, clearly, Daniel. I crossed the room in 3 strides and yanked the ancient radio off the shelf. No batteries, no power cord connected. The glow faded as I held it, and the voice fell silent. I set it back, hands trembling, and told myself it was exhaustion. The wind, the isolation playing tricks on my mind. I didn't sleep that night, or the next. The lighthouse keeper's quarters were far more spacious than the DNR had described. A 2-story stone structure attached to the lighthouse tower itself. Built in 1887, the information packet had said, with various modernizations over the decades until its decommissioning in 1993. The last keeper, Harold Wilcox, had served for 47 years before retiring. The place had stood empty since then, occasionally used for storage or emergency shelter, but never permanently inhabited. I spent my days patrolling the shoreline, documenting erosion patterns and invasive species, occasionally warning off trespassers attempting to reach the private beaches below. The work was straightforward, solitary, and exactly what I needed. For a few hours each day, I could focus on something other than memories. It was the evenings when the lighthouse revealed itself. On the 5th night, I was organizing my field notes at the heavy oak desk when every drawer in the kitchen simultaneously opened, then slammed shut with enough force to rattle the windows. I was on my feet instantly, heart hammering against my ribs as I moved cautiously toward the kitchen. Each drawer was completely closed, their contents undisturbed. "Hello!" My voice sounded thin, childish in the sudden stillness. "Is someone there?" The logical part of my brain suggested uneven foundation settling, perhaps some quirk of air pressure when the wind shifted. The primitive part knew better. Something had announced itself. I forced myself to finish my work, though my hands shook so badly I had to rewrite several entries. That night, I dreamed of Sarah standing at the top of the lighthouse tower, her back to me, hair whipping violently in a wind I couldn't feel. "You shouldn't have come here," she said without turning around. "He's been waiting for someone like you." I woke drenched in sweat, the bedsheets twisted around my legs like restraints. The digital clock beside the bed read 3:17 a.m., but the antique grandfather clock in the hallway was chiming midnight, over and over, 13 times before falling silent. I began researching the lighthouse's history the next morning, using the spotty cellular connection to access historical records from the county library. Harold Wilcox, the final keeper, had indeed maintained the lighthouse for nearly 5 decades. The records showed he died 3 months after retirement, a detail omitted from my orientation packet. What the records didn't say, but what I discovered later in a shoebox of newspaper clippings tucked in the back of the linen closet, was how he died. The yellowed headline read, "Lighthouse Keeper Returns TO Final Watch," with a smaller subheading, "Harold Wilcox found in tower 3 months after retirement. Officials rule suicide." According to the article, Wilcox had been found at the top of the tower, surrounded by a circle of small, curious objects. Stones, feathers, bits of broken glass, all arranged with mathematical precision around his body. The coroner determined he had been dead for several days before a supply boat's crew noticed the light burning at odd hours and investigated. I set the clipping down, a chill washing over me despite the afternoon warmth. My eyes lingered on the final paragraph. Locals report Wilcox had grown increasingly erratic in his final years of service, claiming the lighthouse called to certain people, and had chosen him as its keeper forever. That evening, I found small stones arranged in a perfect circle on my pillow. The incidents accelerated after that discovery. I'd wake to find my clothes soaking wet, though there'd been no rain and the windows remained closed. The antique radio would play fragments of broadcasts from decades past. Weather reports from the 1960s, shipping forecasts from the 1970s, all interspersed with a man's voice reciting coordinates that, when I plotted them, traced a perfect circle around the lighthouse. One morning, I found every mirror in the quarters turned to face the wall. When I righted them, my reflection looked wrong somehow, my movements delayed by half a second, my eyes blinking when I was certain mine were open. I began sleeping in my DNR truck, parked a quarter-mile away. It made no difference. The morning after my first night in the truck, I woke to find the interior covered in lake water, dead minnows flopping on the dashboard. The radio played static, except for a single phrase repeated at intervals. The keeper returns to his watch. I called my supervisor in Duluth, voice cracking as I fabricated a family emergency. I needed a few days away, I explained. She was understanding but reminded me there was no replacement available. I'd need to return by the weekend to continue the shoreline monitoring. As I packed an overnight bag, the entire building seemed to come alive around me. Floorboards creaked under unseen footsteps. The temperature plummeted until I could see my breath forming crystals in the air. The lighthouse foghorn, disconnected decades ago, bellowed a mournful warning that reverberated through my bones. On my way out, I noticed the door to the lighthouse tower stood ajar. I'd never entered the tower itself. It had been locked upon my arrival, and I'd been instructed to leave it undisturbed due to structural concerns. But now it invited me in, the heavy oak door swinging gently on its hinges. Against every instinct screaming for me to leave, I approached the threshold. The spiral staircase beyond was illuminated by a soft, pulsing glow from above. I placed one foot on the bottom stair, and the buzzing I'd felt that first night returned, surging through my body like an electric current. "I'm leaving," I announced to the empty air. "I'm not staying here." The door slammed shut behind me, the sound echoing up the tower's height like distant laughter. I spent 2 nights in a motel in Grand Marais, sleeping fitfully despite the distance from the lighthouse. Each morning, I woke to find small puddles of lake water on the carpet, and the motel radio tuned to static that, when recorded and played at half speed, contained the unmistakable words, "The keeper must return to his watch." During those days away, I dug deeper into Harold Wilcox's history. The County Historical Society kept records of all lighthouse keepers dating back to the original construction. Wilcox stood out immediately. While most keepers served an average of 7 years, he had remained for nearly 5 decades, refusing multiple opportunities for transfer to more modern facilities. A journal excerpt in the Society's archive, written by a Coast Guard officer who had inspected the lighthouse in 1987, noted, "Wilcox appears unduly attached to his post. When questioned about retirement, he became agitated, claiming the lighthouse had claimed him and would call him back if he ever left. Recommend psychological evaluation." I found no record of any such evaluation taking place. The most disturbing discovery came from a local newspaper's digital archive. 6 months before Wilcox took the keeper position in 1946, the previous lighthouse keeper and his entire family had vanished without explanation. The Coast Guard investigation concluded they had likely been swept away during a violent storm, though no bodies were ever recovered, and the lighthouse light had remained operational throughout the supposed disaster. The article included a photograph of the missing family, a man, woman, and young boy standing proudly before the lighthouse. I stared at it for a long time before realizing what disturbed me so deeply. The boy was wearing a pendant identical to one I'd found under my mattress the day before I fled. When I returned to the lighthouse, the buzzing was constant. a physical pressure against my eardrums that made it difficult to think. The door to the tower remained closed but unlocked. I avoided it, focusing instead on completing my work as quickly as possible. I had decided to request permanent reassignment, whatever the professional consequences. That night, as I packed my belongings, the lighthouse keeper's quarters transformed around me. It began with the temperature, plummeting so rapidly that frost formed on the windows. Then came the smell, a thick, briny odor of lake water and decomposition that made me gag. The lights flickered, then failed completely, leaving only the faint illumination of my phone screen to navigate by. In that near darkness, I heard footsteps on the stairs, heavy, deliberate steps descending from the tower. Water began seeping under the door connecting the quarters to the lighthouse. Not clean lake water, but something black and viscous that smelled of rot. I backed away, knocking over a chair as I retreated toward the exit. My phone's light caught something moving along the walls, shadows flowing like liquid, converging into a human silhouette. Not one shadow, I realized with rising horror, but many dozens of small, child-sized shadows merging together into the rough shape of a man. The figure spoke with the buzzing voice I'd been hearing since my arrival, though now it was clearly audible, reverberating from every surface of the room simultaneously. The keeper returns to his watch. I ran out the door, across the rocky ground toward my truck. The keys trembled in my hand as I fumbled with the ignition, the engine finally roaring to life as the shadow figure emerged from the keeper's quarters. It moved with unnatural speed, flowing rather than walking across the ground between us. As I accelerated away, my headlights swept across the lighthouse tower. In the beam's glare, I saw faces pressed against the glass of the lantern room at the top. Dozens of faces, men, women, and children, their features distorted with terror and desperation. Among them, unmistakably, was Sarah, her mouth forming words I couldn't hear. I didn't stop until I reached Duluth 4 hours later. I submitted my resignation by email that night, citing mental health concerns. The DNR was understanding, even arranging for a counselor to contact me. I told her edited versions of what I'd experienced, leaving out the more inexplicable elements. She diagnosed PTSD and complicated grief, prescribing medications that dulled the constant buzzing in my ears to a tolerable level. 3 weeks later, I received a package with no return address. Inside was the antique radio from the lighthouse quarters, still unplugged, its dial glowing faintly in my darkened apartment. When I approached it, Sarah's voice emerged from the static. "He's found someone else, Daniel. Another keeper. It's over now." That evening, news broke of a tragic accident at the lighthouse. A weekend hiker had apparently broken in, climbed the tower, and fallen to his death. Authorities were investigating how he had bypassed the newly installed security system. The buzzing stopped completely after that. The radio fell silent, becoming nothing more than an antique curiosity that I couldn't bring myself to discard. I should have felt relief, but something nagged at me, a detail from my research that I'd overlooked. I returned to the Historical Society's records, this time focusing on the lighthouse's original construction. The building plans revealed something the renovation crews had apparently missed: a hidden chamber beneath the tower, accessible only through a trapdoor in the keeper's quarters. According to the notes, this chamber had been sealed by order of the Coast Guard in 1946, the same year Harold Wilcox began his service and 6 months after the previous keeper's family vanished. Sometimes, in my dreams, I see what's in that chamber. I see why the lighthouse needs a keeper. I see why Harold Wilcox returned to his watch, and why the shadows wanted me to take his place. And sometimes, when the lake storms reach even this far inland, I feel the buzzing return. Faint but unmistakable, and I know it isn't over. The lighthouse is patient. It will find another keeper soon enough. But in my darkest moments, I fear a more terrible truth: that I never actually left the lighthouse at all. That everything since, my resignation, my therapy, this very room where I write these words, is nothing but a fiction created to pacify me while something else walks behind my eyes, wears my skin, lives my life. Because occasionally, just occasionally, when I pass a mirror too quickly, my reflection remains still, watching me with eyes that don't belong to me, waiting for the keeper to return to his watch. The first time I heard it, I thought it was just interference from a passing truck. A strange, warbling hum that came through my headphones while I was recording atmospheric sounds at the abandoned radio relay station. 3 quick pulses, then silence. I rewound the tape but found nothing. Equipment malfunction, I decided. Nothing more. I'd come to this place, this decaying monument to Cold War paranoia tucked away in the foothills of the Cascades, to complete my doctoral thesis on acoustic anomalies. The structure itself was perfect. A concrete bunker crowned with a massive array of rusted satellite dishes, all surrounded by miles of dense forest. According to my research, the station had been decommissioned in 1987 after a series of unexplained technical failures. The government simply locked the doors and walked away. Getting permission to stay here hadn't been easy. 3 months of paperwork, signed waivers, and a hefty insurance bond. But I needed isolation, pure acoustic conditions, and this forgotten outpost provided exactly that. No traffic noise, no airplanes overhead, no human voices for miles. Just me, my recording equipment, and the eternal whisper of wind through pines. The access road ended half a mile from the compound. I parked my Subaru beside the "No trespassing" sign and hauled my gear the rest of the way. The station itself was smaller than I'd expected. A 2-story bunker with narrow windows and a control room that overlooked the dish array. The interior was surprisingly intact. Dusty control panels with faded labels, ancient reel-to-reel recorders, and banks of switches whose purposes were lost to time. The living quarters downstairs had a small kitchen, bathroom, and 2 bedrooms with military-style cots. The electricity still worked, though the water came out rust-colored for the first few minutes. I spent that first day setting up my equipment, placing sensitive microphones throughout the structure. My plan was simple: record for 2 weeks, analyze the data, document the unique acoustic properties, and leave. By sunset, everything was operational. I heated a can of soup on the ancient electric stove and fell asleep to the gentle hiss of static from my monitors. The second time I heard the frequency was at 3:17 a.m. I know because I jolted awake, fumbling for my phone. The sound was clearer now. 3 distinct pulses, followed by a long, descending tone that made my teeth ache. It came not from my headphones but from the walls themselves, as if the entire structure were vibrating at some primal frequency. By the time I grabbed my recorder, it had stopped. I spent the next morning checking my equipment, convinced there must be some logical explanation. Perhaps the old relay equipment wasn't as dormant as I'd thought. Or maybe the structure's metal components were expanding and contracting with temperature changes. I even considered the possibility of a nearby military installation running tests. Anything seemed more plausible than what my instincts were telling me. That something was trying to communicate. On the 3rd night, the frequency called my name. Daniel! I was at the kitchenette boiling water for tea when it happened. The sound began as before, 3 pulses, but then modulated into a voice that was both mechanical and organic. It pronounced my name with eerie precision, as if testing the shape of it. The mug slipped from my fingers, shattering on the concrete floor. I stood frozen, listening, but there was only the soft bubbling of the kettle. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in the control room, surrounded by my instruments, watching the needles for any fluctuation. Nothing happened. Outside, the forest was unnaturally still. No wind, no animal sounds, just a suffocating silence that seemed to press against the windows. I should have left then. Any rational person would have. But academic ambition can be stronger than fear, and I told myself I was on the verge of documenting something unprecedented. I convinced myself the voice was a product of fatigue and isolation, an auditory hallucination brought on by stress and the mind-numbing silence of the forest. By the 4th day, objects had begun to move. Small things at first. A pen rolling across the table, my coffee mug shifting a few inches while my back was turned. I started marking their positions with small pieces of tape, creating a strange constellation of reference points throughout the station. By evening, there was no denying it. Things were not where I'd left them. My notebook had migrated from the desk to the bathroom sink. My jacket hung carefully on a hook by the door. I found stuffed in the refrigerator. That night, the frequency returned with renewed intensity. It started in the walls, a deep vibration that made the windows rattle, then shifted to the overhead lights, which flickered in perfect synchronization with the pulses. I grabbed my special directional microphone and followed the sound through the station, tracking it from room to room like some deranged hunter. The signal was strongest in the northeast corner of the building, near a section of wall with no distinguishing features. I placed my palm against the concrete and nearly screamed. The surface was hot, not warm, but burning hot, as if some enormous machine were running just on the other side. Yet when I checked with my infrared thermometer, the reading was normal. 65.7 degrees, exactly the same as the rest of the room. "What are you?" I whispered. The lights went out all at once. In the sudden darkness, I heard a sound like sand being poured onto the floor. A gentle, persistent hiss that seemed to come from everywhere at once. My flashlight revealed nothing, but I could feel something moving in the blackness, disturbing the air around me. The emergency lights kicked on moments later, bathing everything in a sickly amber glow. There, written in the dust on the control panel, was a single word: operator. I spent the rest of the night huddled in the corner of the control room, my back against the wall, watching the shadows for movement. By morning, I'd convinced myself it was an elaborate prank. Maybe local teenagers who'd found a way into the station. I searched every inch of the compound, looking for signs of intrusion, but the doors remained locked, the perimeter undisturbed. I found the first tape on day 6. It was sitting on my pillow when I returned from checking the exterior microphones. An ancient reel-to-reel, unlabeled except for a series of numbers scratched into the plastic housing. November 8th, 87. The date of the station's decommissioning. I hesitated only briefly before threading it onto the old playback unit in the control room. The recording was mostly static, but beneath the hiss, I could make out voices. Multiple speakers engaged in what sounded like a technical discussion. Fragments only. Signal integrity compromised at frequency band. Unauthorized transmission detected. Recommend immediate shutdown before. Then silence, followed by 3 familiar pulses and a scream so distorted by the poor recording quality that it barely sounded human. The tape ended with a man's voice, calm but urgent. "It's coming through. God help us. It's coming through." I ejected the tape with trembling hands. Whatever had happened here in 1987 wasn't a technical malfunction. It was deliberate. The station hadn't been closed. It had been quarantined. That night, I dreamed of the frequency. In my sleep, I understood its language, recognized the mathematical precision of those 3 pulses as coordinates, not in physical space, but in some other dimension that intersected with our own at this exact location. The relay station wasn't built to transmit human messages. It was designed to keep something out. I woke to find myself standing in the control room, hands pressed against the northeast wall, mouth moving in silent communion with whatever lay beyond. The concrete was vibrating beneath my palms, no longer hot but ice cold, so cold it burned. I jerked away, fingers numb, and saw that the skin of my palms had turned black with frostbite. As I stumbled to the bathroom to run warm water over my hands, I caught a glimpse of movement in the mirror. Not my reflection, but something behind me, a distortion in the air like heat waves rising from hot asphalt. When I turned, there was nothing there, but I could feel it watching me, studying my reactions with cold, alien curiosity. "What do you want?" I shouted, my voice echoing in the small space. The mirror cracked from edge to edge with a sound like breaking ice. In the fractured glass, my reflection smiled back at me with an expression I'd never worn in my life. I packed my essential gear that morning, determined to leave, to drive straight to the university and report everything. But when I reached the spot where I'd parked my car, I found only undisturbed forest floor. No vehicle, no tire tracks, nothing to suggest I'd ever arrived. My phone showed no service as expected, but now the GPS function failed too, showing my location as a blank zone. I was stranded. Walking out wasn't an option. not with 30 pounds of equipment and at least 15 miles of dense forest between me and the nearest town. I returned to the station in a daze, my mind racing through increasingly desperate scenarios. As I approached the bunker, I noticed something I'd somehow missed during my previous explorations. A narrow path leading behind the satellite array, nearly hidden by underbrush. The path ended at a small service door set into the hillside, secured with a rusted padlock. I broke it open with a rock and found myself in a long, narrow tunnel that sloped gently downward. Emergency lights flickered to life as I entered, triggered by motion sensors that had somehow survived decades of neglect. The air was stale but breathable, with an underlying metallic tang that coated the back of my throat. I followed the tunnel for what felt like hours, though my watch insisted only 20 minutes had passed. It terminated in a circular chamber about 30 feet in diameter, its walls lined with what looked like copper mesh. In the center of the room stood a single metal chair, bolted to the floor and facing a blank concrete wall. Beside it was a control panel similar to those upstairs but more sophisticated, with dials and switches labeled in a strange alphanumeric code. As I approached the chair, the familiar 3 pulses emanated from the walls, so powerful now that I felt them in my chest cavity, disrupting my heartbeat. The copper mesh began to glow with an internal light, and I realized with sudden clarity what this room was. A Faraday cage, designed not to keep electronic signals out, but to keep something else in. On the control panel, a single red light was blinking. Next to it, a label read simply, "Containment." I don't know what compelled me to sit in that chair. Curiosity? Madness? Some influence not my own? The metal was ice cold against my back, and as soon as I made contact, restraints snapped around my wrists and ankles. Not mechanical, but fields of force that shimmered blue in the dim light. The wall in front of me began to ripple like the surface of a pond, and through it I could see something. Not a creature, not a landscape, but a pattern mathematical, precise, and utterly alien. It shifted and pulsed with its own internal logic, beautiful and terrifying in its complexity. And it was aware of me. I could feel its attention like a physical weight, pressing against my consciousness, seeking entry. "Operator," it said, and I recognized the voice from my dreams. Resume transmission. Understanding flooded through me. The station had never been for communication between human points. It was an interface, a terminal connecting our reality to somewhere else. And I had just logged in. The restraints released suddenly, and I fell forward onto the cold floor. The copper mesh was pulsing now, the glow intensifying with each cycle. I scrambled toward the tunnel entrance, but the door slammed shut before I could reach it. Behind me, the wall had become a window into chaos, a swirling maelstrom of light and mathematical precision that hurt to look at directly. Something was coming through. I retreated to the control panel, frantically studying the controls. One switch was larger than the others, protected by a clear plastic cover. Emergency termination. Without hesitation, I flipped the cover and threw the switch. The lights died instantly. In the darkness, I heard a sound like the intake of breath, an enormous, hungry inhalation that seemed to pull at my very atoms. Then silence, heavy and absolute. When the emergency lights finally sputtered back on, the room was empty. The chair, the control panel, the copper mesh, all gone, leaving only a rough-hewn cave with natural stone walls. I stood alone in a space that had never been touched by human technology, with no sign that the room I'd entered had ever existed. I fled back up the tunnel, which now appeared to be a natural formation rather than a constructed passage. The station above was similarly transformed. No longer a government facility, but the shell of an old mining operation, abandoned decades ago. My equipment was gone, but my backpack remained, now covered with a thick layer of dust. Inside, I found my phone, which showed that 3 weeks had passed since I'd arrived. It powered on normally, displaying full signal strength. When I called my thesis advisor, she answered with obvious relief. "Daniel, where have you been? We've had search parties looking for you." "At the relay station," I said, my voice sounding distant to my own ears. "Working on my thesis." "What relay station?" she asked. You were supposed to be recording at the old Sullivan mine. I looked around at the decrepit mining office, trying to reconcile my memories with the reality before me. Yes, I said slowly. That's what I meant. They found me there 2 hours later, sitting on the porch of the old building, staring at my hands. The skin on my palms was unblemished. No sign of the frostbite I clearly remembered. My recordings were gone, my research notes missing. All evidence of what I'd experienced had been erased. Except for one thing. At night, when all is quiet, I can still hear it. 3 pulses, followed by a long, descending tone. It comes not from outside, but from within me. A vibration in my bones that no one else can detect. And sometimes, in unguarded moments, I find myself scratching equations onto any available surface. Napkins, margins of books, my own skin, complex mathematical formulas that I don't understand but cannot stop writing. I've taken a leave of absence from the university. The doctors say I experienced a psychotic break brought on by isolation and stress. They've prescribed medications that dull my thoughts and make the world seem flat and distant. But they don't stop the frequency. Nothing stops the frequency. Last night, I woke to find myself standing before my bathroom mirror, mouth moving in silent communion with my reflection. Only it wasn't my face I saw in the glass. It was something wearing my features like an ill-fitting mask, studying its new form with cold, alien curiosity. Transmission resumed, it said with my voice, and somewhere in the darkness, I heard the familiar sound of 3 pulses beginning again. The first time it happened, I was convinced it was the wind. Just the wind whistling through the cracks in the weathered planks of the lighthouse keeper's quarters. Nothing more. But there is no wind that calls you by name. Marcus! I jolted awake at 3:17 a.m. according to the brass clock on the nightstand, its hands glowing faintly phosphorescent in the dark. My name had been whispered directly into my ear, with such clarity that I felt the warmth of breath against my skin. I sat up, heart hammering against my ribs, and scanned the bedroom. Moonlight spilled through the salt-crusted windows, casting elongated shadows across the worn floorboards. The room was empty. I'd been at Cold Harbor Lighthouse for just 3 days. The rental agency had been transparent about its history. Decommissioned in 1978, converted to a residence in the early 2000s, and largely uninhabited since. What they'd failed to mention was how utterly isolated it would be, perched on its rocky peninsula, accessible only by a narrow causeway that disappeared beneath the tide twice daily. For 6 hours each day, I was completely cut off from the mainland. Exactly what I'd wanted when I booked a month-long stay to finish writing my dissertation on maritime folklore. The isolation was the point. After Emma left, taking half our life together and leaving behind only the suffocating silence of our Chicago apartment, I needed space, distance, time to think without the constant reminders of her absence. I convinced myself the whisper was a dream and tried to fall back asleep. As consciousness slipped away, I heard it again, clearer this time. Marcus, I know you can hear me. I spent the rest of the night with my back against the headboard, laptop open, pretending to work while keeping watch on the doorway. By morning, I'd convinced myself it was nothing but stress, sleep paralysis perhaps. The human mind plays tricks when disoriented by unfamiliar surroundings. That morning, I explored the lighthouse itself for the first time. The spiral staircase wound upward through the center of the whitewashed stone tower, each step worn slightly concave from generations of keepers' footfalls. At the top, the lantern room offered a panoramic view of the slate-gray Atlantic stretching endlessly toward the horizon. The massive Fresnel lens sat dormant at the center, like the eye of a sleeping god. Below, the keeper's quarters were spartanly furnished. A kitchen with dated appliances, a living room with a stone fireplace and sagging couch, my bedroom, and a bathroom with rust-stained fixtures. A locked door stood at the end of the short hallway. The property manager had mentioned a basement storage area, accessible only to maintenance staff. I made a mental note to ask about it when they came to check on me in 2 weeks. I settled into a routine. Mornings for writing at the kitchen table, overlooking the jagged coastline. Afternoons for research and walks along the shore when the tide permitted, collecting smooth stones and sea glass. Evenings by the fireplace with a glass of whiskey and whatever book I'd pulled from the small shelf of nautical titles left by previous occupants. On the fifth night, while reaching for a book, I noticed the titles had been rearranged. I was certain The Lighthouses of New England had been on the left end of the shelf that morning, but now it sat in the middle. I stared, trying to recall if I'd moved it earlier, perhaps while dusting. I hadn't dusted. The next morning, my coffee mug was not where I'd left it in the dish rack. Instead, it sat in the center of the kitchen table, upside down. By the end of the first week, these small displacements had become frequent enough that I started photographing rooms before leaving them to confirm my suspicions upon return. My laptop moved from the left side of the desk to the right. My shoes, carefully placed by the door, now faced the opposite direction. A pen rolled across the table seemingly of its own accord while I was looking directly at it, though I blamed a slight unevenness in the ancient wood. I tried to rationalize these events. Old buildings settle. Drafts move objects. Memory is fallible. But the voice returned each night, always at 3:17. Marcus, let me in. Let what in? I was already inside the lighthouse. Or was it asking to be let into my mind? My dreams? I started taking sleeping pills, desperate for uninterrupted rest. They didn't help. I'd still wake at exactly 3:17 to that same whisper. On the 10th day, I discovered the photographs. I'd been searching for an extension cord in a closet when I found a shoebox pushed far into the corner. Inside were dozens of faded Polaroids, spanning what looked like the 1960s to the 1990s based on the photography quality and clothing styles. Each showed the same scene, a family or individual standing proudly in front of the lighthouse. In each photo, without exception, a blurred figure stood in the window of the lantern room. Impossible, given the photographer's position would have required them to be inside simultaneously. More disturbing still, someone had scratched out the faces of everyone pictured with what appeared to be a pin or needle. Not violently or completely, just enough to mar the features, to make them unrecognizable while preserving the rest of the image. On the back of each photo, written in different handwritings, I let it in. I should have left then. The rational part of my brain screamed at me to pack my belongings and flee during the next low tide. Instead, I became obsessed with understanding what was happening. That night, the disturbances escalated. I was reading by the fireplace when the flames suddenly roared up the chimney, expanding to 3 times their normal height before collapsing to embers in seconds. The temperature in the room plummeted so rapidly that my breath clouded in front of me. The glass of whiskey on the side table shattered, liquid and shards spraying across the floor. And then the scratching began. A slow, deliberate sound from behind the walls. Not mice or settling timber, but something with purpose, moving methodically through the structure of the building. I tracked the noise from room to room, pressing my ear against the cold plaster. The scratching always remained just on the other side of wherever I stood, as if something was following my movements. When I finally collapsed into bed, exhausted and terrified, I left the lights on. It made no difference. At 3:17, the bulbs flickered and died. In the sudden darkness, I felt the mattress depress beside me, as if something, had sat down on the edge of the bed. Marcus, the voice whispered, closer than ever. Do you want to know what happened to the others? I lay frozen, unable to move or respond. A chill crawled across my skin as something cold and dry, like papery fingers, brushed against my cheek. They're still here, it continued. In the basement. I put them there. The touch withdrew. The weight lifted from the mattress. When the sun rose, I searched frantically for the key to the basement door. I found nothing. The days that followed blurred together. Sleep became impossible. I survived on coffee and adrenaline, jumping at every creak and groan of the old building. The incidents multiplied. Books flew off shelves. Faucets turned on by themselves, spewing rust-colored water. My research notes rearranged themselves overnight, pages torn and reassembled into nonsensical collages. I tried to leave twice. The first time as I approached the causeway with my hastily packed bag. A fog bank rolled in with unnatural speed, so thick I couldn't see 3 feet ahead. I became disoriented in the blinding whiteness and somehow ended up back at the lighthouse door. The second time, halfway across the causeway, I heard a child crying from the direction of the water. I paused, peering over the edge into the churning waves below. A small hand, pale and bloated, reached up from beneath the surface. I recoiled and ran, but again, somehow found myself back at the lighthouse, with no memory of turning around. I was trapped. The poltergeist, if that's what it was, had no intention of letting me leave, and it was growing stronger. On the 15th night, I barricaded myself in the bedroom, pushing the heavy dresser against the door. I placed religious symbols I'd crafted from driftwood around the room. Despite having no particular faith, I salted the windowsills with the last of my cooking salt. Childish superstitions, but I was desperate for any form of protection. At midnight, the assaults began. The dresser shuddered as something repeatedly slammed against the door. The windows rattled in their frames. The temperature dropped until ice crystals formed on the inside of the glass. A rhythmic pounding came from beneath the floorboards, so powerful that dust rained down from the ceiling. And yet, somehow, I must have fallen asleep or unconscious because I woke to silence and darkness.
3:17 Uhr nachts.
The dresser that had blocked the door now stood against the opposite wall. The door itself was wide open, revealing the pitch-black hallway beyond. Standing in the doorway was a figure, not quite solid, not quite translucent, more like a human shape cut from a different reality and pasted imperfectly into ours. It flickered and distorted like a television with poor reception. Its proportions were wrong, limbs too long, neck bent at an impossible angle. Where a face should have been was only a dark smudge, as if someone had taken an eraser to a photograph. It didn't move. It didn't speak. It simply stood, watching, though it had no eyes that I could discern. Couldn't scream, couldn't move, could barely breathe. After what seemed like hours but could only have been minutes, it retreated backward into the hall, not walking, but sliding as if pulled by invisible strings. I heard a door open and close, the basement door. When dawn finally broke, I found myself still frozen in place, muscles cramped and eyes dry from staring unblinking into the darkness. With trembling hands, I reached for my phone to call for help, only to find the screen displaying the same image over and over. The blurred figure from the Polaroids, standing in the lantern room window. No matter how many times I rebooted the device, the image remained. With shaking legs, I forced myself to explore the lighthouse. In the kitchen, every cabinet door stood open. Each drawer had been pulled out. The refrigerator door gaped wide, its contents strewn across the floor. On the table sat my coffee mug, upside down as before, but now surrounded by dozens of tiny dead flies arranged in a perfect circle. In the living room, the furniture had been rearranged to face the basement door. The books from the shelf were stacked in a precarious tower that reached nearly to the ceiling, defying the laws of physics. And on every wall, scratched into the plaster with what must have been fingernails, the same phrase repeated hundreds of times. Let me in, let me in, let me in, let me in. The basement door remained locked, but now a dark liquid seeped from beneath it, forming a small, spreading pool on the hallway floor. It wasn't water. It was too thick, too dark, and it smelled of copper and salt. I ran upstairs to the lantern room, seeking higher ground, distance from whatever was emerging from the basement. The massive lens at the center of the room had been shattered, shards of prismatic glass covering the floor like diamond dust. The windows were intact, but splattered with the same dark fluid from inside, obscuring the view of the ocean beyond. And there, scratched into the glass of the northernmost window, a message different from the others. They all let me in. Your turn, Marcus. I spent the day in a corner of the lantern room, back against the wall, a makeshift weapon fashioned from a broken piece of the lens clutched in my bloody hand. I watched the sun creep across the sky, praying for the low tide that would allow me to attempt escape again. But when it came, storm clouds had gathered, and rain lashed against the windows with such force that venturing onto the causeway would have been suicide. Night fell. The darkness in the lighthouse seemed to deepen beyond what was natural. swallowing the beam of my flashlight after just a few feet. The scratching in the walls grew louder, no longer bothering to follow me but seeming to come from everywhere at once. The building itself groaned and shifted, as if struggling against some internal pressure. At midnight, the stairs began to creak. Slow, deliberate footsteps ascending from below. I counted them, 17 steps from the ground floor to the lantern room. On the 16th, they stopped. Silence stretched for an unbearable minute. Then the door to the lantern room swung open. Nothing stood in the doorway. Nothing visible, at least. But I felt a presence, vast and ancient and malevolent, filling the space. The air grew so cold that my lungs burned with each breath. The darkness pulsed like a living thing. "Marcus," the voice said, no longer a whisper but a chorus of overlapping tones. "You've been studying maritime folklore. Don't you want to know the truth?" I couldn't respond. My voice had abandoned me. "This isn't a lighthouse," it continued. "It never was. It's a door that needs a keeper." The presence moved closer. Though I couldn't see it, I felt it looming over me, inspecting me like a specimen. The others didn't last long. Too fragile, too afraid. But you stayed. You're curious. You want to understand. My makeshift weapon slipped from my numb fingers. Glass tinkled on the floor. "Let me show you what's behind the door, Marcus. Let me in and I'll let you see." Something cold touched my forehead. A finger or what passed for one. Images flooded my mind. Abyssal depths where light had never penetrated. Vast structures beneath the waves that defied human architecture. Entities that drifted through the darkness, ancient and patient and hungry. And the lighthouse, Cold Harbor, standing not as a warning to ships but as a beacon to them. A doorway between worlds, held shut by the will of its keeper, or thrown wide by their surrender. I understood then what had happened to the others. The families in the photographs, the previous tenants. They had let it into their minds, their souls, and in doing so had opened the door for something worse to enter our world. "Your turn, Marcus," the voice whispered, now inside my head. "Let me in." What happened next is difficult to describe. I'd like to say I fought, that I resisted the invasion of my consciousness. But the truth is more complex. In that moment of understanding, I made a choice not out of courage or sacrifice, but out of a desperate primal need to survive. I didn't fight against the entity. I surrendered to it. "I let you in," I whispered. The presence surged forward, flowing into me like ice water through my veins. My body convulsed, my back arching as something fundamentally alien merged with my consciousness. For one terrible moment, I saw through its perception, a kaleidoscopic awareness that stretched across dimensions, that perceived time as a physical landscape rather than a linear progression. And then, abruptly, it withdrew. Not out of mercy or because I'd somehow defeated it. No, it withdrew because it had what it wanted. Access. Permission. A door had been opened. I collapsed to the floor, trembling and soaked in cold sweat. Above me, the shattered lens of the lighthouse began to glow with a pale blue light that had no source. The light intensified, pulsing like a heartbeat, before shooting upward through the roof of the lantern room and into the storm-black sky. The lighthouse groaned around me, the entire structure vibrating as if caught in an earthquake. The floor beneath me cracked, fissures spreading outward from where I lay, and through those cracks came light, the same unearthly blue rising from below. From the basement, I crawled to the window, pulled myself up to look outside. The causeway was gone, swallowed by furious waves that crashed against the rocks. But it wasn't the storm that made escape impossible. It was the fog, a wall of it, encircling the lighthouse in a perfect ring, glowing faintly with that same blue luminescence. And in the fog, shapes moved, massive, indistinct forms drifting toward the shore, toward the lighthouse, toward the door I had helped to open. That was 3 days ago. I still sit in the lantern room, writing this as a warning, though I doubt anyone will find it. The creatures from the fog have entered the lighthouse. They move through the building below me, their heavy footsteps reverberating through the stone. Sometimes they call to me in voices stolen from the previous keepers. Men, women, even children, begging me to come downstairs to join them in the basement. The basement door is open now. I can see the blue light spilling up the staircase from below. The thing that possessed me, that I let in, has left something behind. A knowledge, a connection. I understand now what the basement contains. Not bodies, as I had feared, but something far worse. A hole in the fabric of reality. A passage to somewhere else, opened wider with each new keeper who surrenders. My phone has power again. The Coast Guard should receive my distress call, though I've told them nothing of what's really happening here. Just that I'm trapped by the storm, that the structure is compromised. They'll come at the next low tide, assuming the storm has passed. I don't think it will pass. I don't think it's a natural storm at all. If you're reading this, it means someone found my account. It means the lighthouse still stands, and whatever came through from the other side has not yet emerged fully into our world. But it's only a matter of time. The door is open, the way is prepared, and God help me, I let it in. The blue light is getting brighter. The entities below are climbing the stairs. I can hear them getting closer. 17 steps. They're on the 6th now. 7th. I find myself drawn to them, even as I recoil in terror. Part of me, the part that isn't Marcus anymore, wants to join them, wants to see what lies beyond the door. 8th step. 9th. I'm gonna throw my phone out the window, seal this account in a metal box I found. Maybe it will wash ashore somewhere. Maybe someone will find it and understand the danger. 10th step. 11th. Don't come looking for me. If you see Cold Harbor Lighthouse on some forgotten stretch of coast, stay away. If you hear whispers calling your name at 3:17 a.m., don't answer. If something asks to be let in, 12th step. 13th. For God's sake, keep the door closed. I hear them on the 14th step now. Almost here. The light is so bright, I can hardly see. My shadow stretches behind me, impossibly long and somehow wrong. Too many limbs moving independently of my body. 15th step. 16th. They're here. The first time I heard it was 3 days after I moved into the decommissioned lighthouse keeper station. A single, clear note, like a finger running along the rim of a crystal glass, pierced the constant background hum of waves crashing against the rocky shoreline below. I looked up from my laptop, my fingers hovering over the keyboard mid-sentence. The sound hadn't been particularly loud, but something about its clarity made the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. I waited, listening, but heard nothing except the distant cry of seagulls and the endless rhythm of the sea. Just the building settling, I muttered, returning to my work. I'd rented this place specifically for its isolation. The keeper station sat perched atop a jutting finger of weathered black rock, connected to the mainland by a narrow causeway that disappeared at high tide. The nearest town was 20 miles away, and the lighthouse itself, a squat, cylindrical tower of gray stone, had been automated decades ago. The keeper's quarters had been renovated into a rental property, though judging by the dust that coated every surface when I arrived, it hadn't seen many guests recently. Perfect for finishing my novel, I thought. No distractions, no neighbors, no excuses. The single note came again that night as I was drifting off to sleep. This time, it seemed to vibrate in the air a moment longer. I sat up in bed, fully awake now, and flicked on the bedside lamp. The yellow light illuminated the sparse bedroom. A dresser, a chair, whitewashed walls bearing faded rectangles where pictures had once hung. "Hello," I called out, feeling immediately foolish. I was alone. I checked every room when I arrived, secured all the windows against the constant coastal wind. There was nobody here but me. And yet, as I laid back down and pulled the covers up to my chin, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. By morning, I'd convinced myself it had been a dream. I made coffee in the small kitchen and carried it out to the narrow deck that wrapped around the building. The view was spectacular, jagged rocks below, then the slate-gray ocean stretching to the horizon, where it met an equally gray sky. Mist hung in the air, not quite rain but dense enough to dampen my sweater within minutes. The lighthouse stood separate from the keeper's quarters, connected by a short, covered walkway. Its red dome looked dull in the muted morning light. According to the information packet left by the property manager, the automated light still functioned, though I hadn't noticed it last night. Perhaps it only activated in certain weather conditions. I spent the morning writing, losing myself in my work. By early afternoon, I'd completed a chapter and decided to explore the grounds more thoroughly. The keeper's quarters consisted of a kitchen, living area, bathroom, and 2 bedrooms on the main floor. A narrow staircase led to a cramped attic space that had been converted into a small office with a magnificent view of the ocean. Behind the building was a shed that proved to be locked with a rusted padlock. I made a mental note to ask the property manager about it. Not that I needed access, but curiosity had always been my weakness. I was heading back inside when I noticed something odd. The front door, which I was certain I'd closed, stood slightly ajar. The wind, I told myself, though there was barely a breeze today, and the heavy oak door had never struck me as something that would blow open easily. Inside, everything appeared untouched. I checked my laptop, my few valuables. Nothing was missing, but as I moved through the living room, I noticed something on the floor that hadn't been there before. A small, circular water stain on the wooden floorboards, as if someone had set down a wet glass without a coaster. I knelt to examine it, running my finger over the dampness. It was fresh. The crystal note sounded again, directly behind me. I whirled around so quickly I nearly lost my balance. The room was empty. The sound had been closer this time, unmistakable, like someone standing right behind me had somehow produced that pure, impossible tone. "Who's there?" My voice emerged as a whisper. The silence that followed was oppressive, broken only by the distant sound of waves and the sudden rapid beating of my heart. That night, I double-checked every lock before going to bed. I'd spent the remainder of the day in a state of heightened awareness, jumping at every creak of the old building. Nothing further had happened, but the feeling of being observed had intensified. Several times, I caught myself glancing over my shoulder, certain I would find someone standing there. Sleep came reluctantly. I drifted in and out of consciousness, my dreams fragmented and anxiety-filled. At some point in the deepest part of the night, I jerked awake, instantly alert. Someone had said my name. Griffin. It wasn't loud, barely above a whisper, but it was my name, spoken clearly, directly into my ear. I could almost feel the breath that had carried the word. I lay paralyzed, unable to reach for the lamp, unable even to open my eyes. Cold sweat bloomed across my skin as I waited, listening so intently that my ears began to ring. Nothing. After what felt like hours, I managed to open my eyes. The bedroom was dark except for the faint moonlight filtering through the thin curtains. I was alone. Of course I was alone. Yet the impression of a voice, of my name being spoken, had been so vivid that I couldn't dismiss it as a dream. I didn't sleep again that night. Morning brought no relief. I stood in the kitchen, waiting for the coffee to brew, staring out at the mist-shrouded lighthouse. My eyes burned from lack of sleep, and my nerves felt frayed. The coffee maker clicked off. I reached for a mug from the cabinet and froze. All 6 mugs were arranged in a perfect circle, handles pointing inward. I was absolutely certain they had been haphazardly placed when I'd put them away yesterday. My hand trembled as I selected one, breaking the eerie symmetry. The crystal note sounded again from somewhere in the living room. This time, instead of calling out, I moved quietly toward the sound. The living room appeared empty, but something felt different. My eyes scanned the space, trying to identify what had changed. The armchair. It had been angled toward the window yesterday, but now it faced the center of the room, as if someone had been sitting in it, watching the rest of the house. I approached it slowly. The seat cushion was indented, as if bearing the weight of an invisible occupant. "I know you're here," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "What do you want?" The silence that followed was absolute. Even the constant background noise of the ocean seemed to have been swallowed by it. Then, slowly, the indentation in the cushion began to rise, the fabric expanding as if whatever had compressed it was standing up. I backed away, my heart hammering against my ribs. Nothing was there. Nothing I could see, at least. But something was there. Something that had arranged my mugs, opened my door, left water rings on my floor. Something that knew my name. I retreated to the kitchen, my eyes never leaving the chair. My phone was on the counter, and I grabbed it, intending to call the property manager. No signal. Of course not. I'd known the cell reception was spotty out here. There was a landline, though. I'd seen it in the information packet. I rummaged through the drawer where I'd stashed the welcome materials and found the packet. Yes, there it was, a landline for emergencies since cell service was unreliable. The phone was located in the lighthouse. I glanced out the window at the squat stone tower. The prospect of crossing the walkway to the lighthouse suddenly seemed daunting, but I needed to make that call. I needed to get out of here. Gathering my courage, I pulled on my jacket and stepped outside. The mist had thickened into a light rain, and the wooden planks of the walkway were slick beneath my feet. The lighthouse door was unlocked, as the packet had indicated it would be. Inside, the air was different, colder, heavy with the smell of damp stone and something else I couldn't quite identify. Something metallic like old pennies. The circular room contained a desk, a chair, some shelves with technical manuals, and the promised landline phone mounted on the wall. I crossed to it quickly and lifted the receiver to my ear. Dead silence, not even a dial tone. I jiggled the cradle, ran my fingers along the cord to check for damage. Nothing obvious. I replaced the receiver and was turning to leave when I noticed a logbook on the desk. It hadn't been there a moment ago. Or had it? My sleep-deprived mind might be playing tricks on me. I approached the desk cautiously. The logbook was old, its cover faded leather, its pages yellowed with age. It lay open to an entry dated March 15, 1973. Third night of the sounds. Margaret insists it's just the wind, but I know better. Something's in the tower with us. I've checked every room, every closet. Nothing. But at night, I hear it moving. And sometimes, when I think it doesn't know I'm listening, it calls my name. The light's been behaving strangely too, flickering when there's no mechanical reason for it. Keeper before me, Donovan, never mentioned anything like this in his logs. But Simmons over at the Port Harbor station said there were stories about this place. Said that's why the automation couldn't happen soon enough. No one wanted this assignment. Margaret wants to leave. Says she feels watched all the time. Can't say I blame her. I closed the book, my hands shaking. The entry confirmed my worst fears. I wasn't imagining things. Something was here, had been here for decades. As if triggered by my realization, the crystal note sounded again, this time from the spiral staircase that led up to the light itself. It was followed by another note, slightly higher in pitch, then another. A melody was forming, discordant and unsettling. I should have run. Everything in me screamed to flee, to get back to the keeper's quarters, to grab my car keys and drive away. Causeway be damned. But a horrible curiosity had taken hold of me. I needed to see. I needed to know. I approached the staircase. The notes continued, drawing me upward like a siren's call. My feet moved of their own accord, carrying me up the tight spiral. The lamp room at the top of the lighthouse was a glass-enclosed space dominated by the massive Fresnel lens at its center. The automated mechanism hummed quietly, ready to activate at dusk. Rain pattered against the glass panels that provided a 360-degree view of the churning ocean and rocky coastline. The music stopped the moment I entered the room. "Hello," I called, my voice swallowed by the small space. Movement caught my eye. A dark shape outside the glass, like someone standing on the narrow gallery that circled the lamp room. But that was impossible. There was no way to access the exterior gallery except through the very room I stood in. I pressed my face to the glass, trying to see more clearly through the rain-streaked panes. The shape seemed to shift, elongating and contracting as if made of smoke rather than solid matter. Then it moved, sliding along the gallery until it reached the door, the only entrance to the gallery. The handle began to turn. I stumbled backward, colliding with the Fresnel lens. The door to the gallery remained firmly shut, but the handle continued to rotate back and forth with increasing violence. The entire door began to shake in its frame. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the movement stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. A soft tapping began, like fingernails against glass, moving around the circular room, following the gallery outside. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap, tap. Completed a full circuit and stopped directly opposite where I stood. In the glass, a word began to form, as if an invisible finger was writing in the condensation. Keeper. I don't remember running back to the quarters. My next clear memory is standing in the kitchen, soaked from the rain, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I had to leave. Now, I didn't care about my belongings, my laptop, the novel. None of it mattered. I grabbed my car keys from the counter and turned toward the door. It was gone. Where the front door had been was now just solid wall, as if the door had never existed. I pressed my hands against the wall, searching for seams, for any indication that I was simply overlooking the obvious. Nothing. Smooth plaster met my fingertips. The windows. I rushed to the nearest one and tried to lift the sash. It wouldn't budge. Neither would any of the others, not even when I tried to break the glass with a chair. The chair simply bounced off, the window undamaged. I was trapped. The crystal note sounded again, this time from the direction of the narrow staircase that led to the attic office. It was followed by a thump, like something heavy being dragged across the floor above. Thump, drag, thump, drag. The sound moved across the ceiling, directly over my head, then stopped. Silence. Then a new sound, water. A steady drip, drip, drip from above. I looked up to see a dark stain spreading across the ceiling plaster, water beginning to seep through. No, not water. The liquid that dripped down was too thick, too dark. It spattered on the floor at my feet, and the metallic smell I'd noticed in the lighthouse filled the room. Blood. I scrambled away from the growing puddle. The dripping increased in volume and speed until it was a steady stream pouring from the ceiling, pooling on the floor, spreading toward me no matter which way I moved. The crystal tone came again, now emanating from everywhere and nowhere at once. It was joined by others, building into that discordant melody I'd heard in the lighthouse. Within the cacophony, I could almost make out words, a message trying to push through the noise. And then, everything stopped. The blood, the music, even the constant background noise of the ocean. Total silence enveloped me. My name whispered directly into my ear. Griffin. I whirled around. Nothing. Griffin. Again, from behind me. I turned. Nothing. Griffin. From the stairs now. Something was forming at the top of the staircase. A silhouette, darker than the shadows around it. Vaguely human in shape, but wrong somehow. Too tall, too thin, its proportions subtly distorted. It began to descend the stairs. Each step it took made no sound, but I could feel its weight through the floorboards beneath my feet. It moved with an unnatural fluidity, as if it wasn't quite solid. I backed away until I hit the wall where the door should have been. The figure reached the bottom of the stairs and paused. Its featureless face turned toward me. "What do you want?" I managed to choke out. The figure tilted its head, an eerily human gesture from something so clearly not human. "Keeper," it said, its voice the same crystal tone that had been haunting me, but now formed into a word. "You are the keeper now." "I'm not," I protested. "I'm just renting. I'm leaving soon." The figure seemed to expand, growing taller until it nearly touched the ceiling. "No one leaves. The light must be maintained. The keeper must remain." It glided closer, leaving no footprints in the pool of blood that still covered the floor. I pressed myself harder against the wall, as if I could somehow pass through it by sheer force of will. "The others tried to leave," the figure continued, now close enough that I could feel a chill emanating from it. "They all tried. Others." My voice was barely audible. So many keepers, so many failures. The blood on the floor began to move, flowing away from the figure and toward the walls. It rose up the plaster like a crimson tide, covering the surfaces until the entire room was encased in red. Within the bloody sheen, faces began to form, dozens of them, contorted in expressions of terror, mouths open in silent screams. I recognized one of them from an old photograph in the information packet. the keeper from the 1970s who had written in the logbook. His face pressed against the bloody surface as if trying to push through from the other side. "You cannot leave," the figure said, now directly in front of me. "No one leaves. The light must be maintained." It reached out with a hand that seemed to consist of swirling darkness. I tried to scream, but no sound emerged. As its fingers neared my face, the figure suddenly dispersed, collapsing into a cloud of black mist that engulfed me. Cold penetrated to my bones. I couldn't breathe, couldn't see. The mist invaded my nose, my mouth, my eyes, pressing into me, filling me. And then, just as suddenly, it was gone. I collapsed to the floor, gasping for air. The room was normal again, no blood, no faces, no figure. The front door had reappeared in its proper place. I staggered to my feet and lunged for the door, yanking it open. Outside, the storm had intensified. Rain lashed the walkway, and waves crashed against the rocks below with thunderous force. The causeway connecting to the mainland was completely submerged. I was about to step outside anyway, to attempt the treacherous drive across the hidden causeway, when the lighthouse caught my eye. Its beam had activated, sweeping across the turbulent water. But something was wrong with the light. Instead of the bright white beam I would have expected, this one was crimson, the color of fresh blood. And as I watched, it flickered, faltered, and went dark. The crystal note sounded again, from the direction of the lighthouse. I knew what I had to do. The light needed to be maintained. The keeper had to remain. As I stepped back inside and closed the door, I caught a glimpse of my reflection in the window glass. My eyes, for just a moment, were not my own. Something else looked out from behind them, something old and patient and hungry. The keeper must remain. I have been here ever since. Days blur into nights, into weeks, into what must surely be months now. I maintain the light. I keep the logs. I wait for the next temporary occupant to arrive, drawn by the promise of solitude, of a quiet place to work undisturbed. They never stay long, but pieces of them do. And sometimes, in the deepest part of the night, when the mist rolls in and the ocean goes quiet, I hear it, that perfect crystal note, calling me home to the lighthouse. "Keeper," it whispers. "Keeper." I answer. I always answer, because I understand now. I am not the victim in this story. I am the haunting,